And we are live! Hi, everybody. Man, the music sounds quiet down here. Headphones? Sorry about the 1 minute late start. My headphones died again, despite me plugging in then that. Oh. Two. Right, two. That doesn't usually work for me because I don't have notifications for stuff like that. Okay, Ray, good to see you, glad to have you. Reminder, no spoilers. Not that there's much left to spoil, but basically just the bits we have left. Kiko, good to see you, glad to have you. How you doing? Deathberry, good to see you, glad to have you. I hope everyone is having a great day. I hope you are having a great day, Deathberry. Tracy, good to see you, glad to have you. Pretty good day here, mostly moved back into my room. Right. Is it good to be back in the space now after your long, heater pipe caused nightmare is over, at long last over? Let me pop you guys up so I can see you guys. Everything's good? Okay, cool. Let's extend you guys down a little bit. Yay. Greetings, Raven. Good to see you, glad to have you. Lady, good to see you, glad to have you. V, good to see you, glad to have you. Must resist urge to punch Asahi. Yeah. Van Daniel's a bit of Amon's an understandably annoying figure. Kiko, yeah. Having same problem. Yep, ditto. I mean, to be fair, he deserves it. I'm not sure you have to refrain from that one. Look, we sit here and we talk about understanding, we talk about compassion, we talk about, you know, forgiveness, we talk about all these things, but also sometimes people kind of just need to be punched in the face. This part coming up I loved, but also hated because of the stupid amount of anxiety. Yeah, lady, I feel that too. We've got a lot coming up that's going to be tense today, and in wonderful ways, like incredibly well done for what it is. We got a Ray here. Oh, Ray actually in her winter gear. It looks like you got Ugg boots on. So for our warm-up, we're gonna get the Aetherites for here, and then actually, let me see, is there any blue quests? Does not look like it. Not so far anyways. So we won't have access to those for trying to get some of the flight paths. The part coming up, the duty. The duty is why I love it. The scene before and after made me want to puke from nerves. Yeah, definitely understandable. So Ray's checking the map real quick. Misako, how you doing? Good to see, glad to have you. The duty is really good. I haven't done it since they redid it. I forgot. If you did Endwalker during day 1, for the first couple days at least, the duty. Just so you know, Ray, I cannot check the ethereal compass while you're in flight. So if you're waiting for me, I can't affect it. No worries. Thank you, lady. Intensely good to finally sleep in my own bed. Yeah, I bet, Kiko. Boots with the fur. The whole FC was looking at her. Ray, how do you do a double seer chocobo? I'm a sprout, I don't know. So this chocobo you get from gold feathers and having friends. So you have to have friends, V, I'm pretty sure. Here, I actually don't think I have it on Elio. Maybe I do. Yeah, the drop chocobo. This other two unforeseen breed of chocobo was said to have been discovered by... Oh, thank you for the reminder, V. Stream chat broke. One. Well, we're on the wrong side. Oh, I don't have friends to make sense. Oh. Well, yeah, I'm sure we can get some people with some friends codes if we get new people to join. V, don't you have a bunch of family who's planning on playing? Just make sure you get their friend codes whenever they start. Yep, thank you, Deathberry. Not true, V. Aw. Tracy's your friend. But they already started? Ah. Do they have children? Get the children to play? They only have to play a month for you to get the gold feathers. It is crazy how much flying shrinks the scope of a map. Because, like, Regio Urbanissima is, like, is large, but it feels small when you can just ride over it. And that's the thing about 14 is as much as like its zones are instant, so there's not the contiguousness of something like WoW. Any game that once you add mounts, it just shrinks it way, way down. I remember when Guild Wars 2 did this, it happened when, you know. I think one of the things that Guild Wars 2 had going for over 14 is that 14's is just, you're just faster and able to soar over. Where Guild Wars 2, most of the mounts had special, you know, they were at least interesting to wield. Now, you ended up just kind of defaulting to Griffin in the air and then Roller Beetle or something like that on the ground, but there still was a zest to engaging and exploring the world in a way that 14 just kind of, now you've shortcutted it. It's that thing that 14 does, that it constantly gives you convenience, you know? Like, once you've unlocked a thing, it tries to give you that convenience. Now, I don't see any chat. That's weird. Yeah, I see it not popping up either. Give me a second. I'll try to see if I can get it to refresh. Stream elements. Thank you, Ray Ray. Why are you not working? I'm stuck. Help me, moderator senpai. I'm stuck in a hole. It's okay. I'm not Ray Ray's type. Yeah, it's not working on stream overlay. Oh, Ray Ray. Yeah, I don't know what's up with that. I don't know why it's not showing it right now. Good, Raven. Dentist day? Yeah, Raven got her tooth fixed. Just use ZL. Best adventure play. That was... I think we already got this one. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we got this one. If you want, I can go ahead and I can toss up. Oh, no, we didn't. I'm wrong. Okay, I'm now one to the northeast. So 200 yalms, that one's gonna be like somewhere like right here. I bet you it's gonna be on the one that's on top of this. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the stream elements. I checked it. I think the only thing it was gonna solve it is if I like restart OBS in the stream and stuff at this point, because it's looking at the like even at the stream element website, it's not popping up. So I think you'll just have to use the chat on the main function on YouTube for today. Actually, is that... No, okay, that's it. Thank you, Ray Ray. We only 11 minutes. Let's see. Level 85 dungeon is Vanaspati, right? So Babil is 83, so we're actually good on levels. So why don't we just go do a quest? Because we got time for the warm-up. Cool. I need to get all mindset and fixed. I only got around the paladin because of running the 6.4 trial. Yeah. I've kind of created one universal adventure plate that I just use across for everything that I really like. Is it even working right now on Elio? Let's see. No, it's... Oh, because I have the code on, it's not. Oh god, why is this so much harder to... Or do I have it in portrait? Okay, I do have it in portraits. Yeah, this is it. I have a version of that basically across all of them. I know most of these without the map. You've been spending some time doing it? Just a little bit, Ray Ray? Fastest ether current gathering right there, yeah. Ray Ray's ether current services. I haven't touched my plates. I mean, it's a sole thing that you don't have to engage with. You don't want to. The air may be chilly, but I've got some great deals on rare items that are sure to warm the cockles of your heart. All I ask in return are bi-colored gemstones. What do you say? They need to add bi-colored gemstones to the expansions before they came out. They really do need to add it to A Realm Reborn, Heaven's Word, and Stormblood. It would be really helpful. Can we also talk about, like, their bi-colored gemstones and the coloring that they chose? That was definitely intentional, right? Let's see if any of these yellow quests are the panel quests. So I can actually point out what I've been talking about in the past too. Heroes all under lock and key. I've listened to my paints and portraits too much. Hey, I mean, if you get enjoyment out of it, like that's what you know, where your joy for the game comes from, then it's, you know. Did I hear gemstones? Where? Yeah, bi-colored gemstones. You get them from doing fates. Under locking code. And I will mark that Ray Ray. I know Ray Ray's, one of Ray Ray's favorite characters shows up here. Here, we'll go ahead and see if they show up on my map too. They do not. Instead, it is just a Lalafell. We have come too far. Risk too much to worry our solely about our own hides, for there is so much more at stake. Don't break another tooth eating gemstones. Could you spare a few moments to assist me? The situation's rather dire, I'm afraid. Even now, our healer continues to treat the Imperial troops encountered at the Magna Glacius, and prolonged use of curative magics has pushed them beyond their limits. To make matters worse, spending so much time around the Tempered, with all the raving and thrashing about, takes their toll on their carers. I dare say a few words of encouragement from the champion of Eorzean will help their spirits. I also have a few bottles to of ether to alleviate their fatigue. Would you mind distributing them amongst the healers? But what flavor or flavors are the bi-colored gemstones? Cotton candy, right? Because it's like bright pink, bright blue. So you put those together. It's, yeah, we're going cotton candy, no question. Bet you they taste like Jolly Ranchers. Maybe. See, I feel like, because some of the job stones, for instance, right, would taste like a Jolly Rancher. But then there's some flavors in here you're like look. This is like definitely would taste like a Jolly Rancher. But, you know, White Mage, not so much. Wait, we can't gloss over that fact. Raven, you broke your tooth on a French fry? Frankly, it's just impressive. Honestly. Oblivion! Good to see you, glad to have you. Warming ether. Producing a warming sensation upon consumption, thanks to a few special ingredients, which may or may not include some fiercely strong cider. Okay, do I be mean or do I not to Ray? Well, of course you broke your tooth on a piece of popcorn, Ray. You're British. I'll hide now. See you guys. Oh, I've seen you before. You fought bravely at the Nadam, as I recall. And you come bearing gifts. Yes, treating the tempers is a lot harder than I imagined. Before we came here, I'd only heard rumors of the condition. But to see it with my own eyes, no one deserves that. No one. That's why the work we do is important. Once I've finished resting, as I was ordered, I shall return to the patients. I thank you for your kindness. And to think I just gave my time to ferry you around the cold snow. And in many various other ways, you've given up your time too. I kid, Ray. I kid. I was just interrogating her on that. Do I mean job so it's just a mint? See, this is like, to me, this is like pina colada or vanilla. It's definitely not a mint. Because, like, you definitely look at, like, you know, machinist is like wintergreen or minty, right? Especially with being, you know, Ishgard, Alpine, and all that. I swear you shout my name slightly louder every time I turn up. Oblivion! Oh, now I'm just being Lockhart from, like, Obliviate! The Warrior of Light, it's an honor to meet you. Here, it's some warming aether. Oh, I'm just doing my job is all. No need to thank me. Well, truth be told, it's beginning to wear on me bit by bit. I once lost a friend to tempering, and every time we managed to cure one of the afflicted, I'm reminded of those we couldn't save. If only we had a way of treating them before they were. No, I mustn't let such thoughts cloud my mind, and we're all very grateful for the work of the Sans in creating this treatment. For my part, I'll do everything in my power to save as many lives as possible. Light! Good to see you, glad to have you. Oh no, consumable delivery class, ready the tissues. Yeah, right. Honestly, at least this one hasn't been super sad. Oh, we finally managed to set up camp after marching through all them snows. I hope that whoever lived here doesn't mind us using the buildings for shelter. We don't really get a lot of limps in Lalafell. We do get them sometimes, like with the yellow jackets. But we don't get them often. Oh, fair. Just remember. Oh, I just remember something I would ask. I'm watching 2.1 today. Yeah, I was wondering, did Minfilia's dad journal ever get mentioned again? It got mentioned prior. I don't know if it was 1.0, but it's lore. So 2.1 is a lot of like kind of bringing back in 1.0 elements. It's kind of like a placeholder that bring backs in Mogomog, which was a 1.0 thing, and bring back Flamine, which is a 1.0 thing. It's kind of like a small come down from the end of 2.0 and also like reintroducing and catalyzing some elements from 1.0. So I think his journal might be from in there, but 2.1 is not the only place it's ever relevant. But I'm not remembering where else. At least being British, I can afford to be ill. Correct. Yeah, you have the better end of that stick. 100%. And, to be fair, you can afford dental care. I cannot. Look, maybe it was cracked already and the fry was the last thing to fully break it. I mean, it makes sense, Raven. Yeah, machinist isn't a mint. This is definitely what mints you, like, this is definitely a mint. What sort of mint? Okay, wait, maybe this is a branding thing, but I have never seen a mint that looks like this. Has anybody seen a mint that looks like this? I mean, if it was like pure white and like completely opaque and like not like this soft like cream white, but like a pure white, sure. It's far too creamy white to be a mint. Do you want to be blasted by Ban Mecha? Because that's how you get blasted by Ban Mecha. Oops, I got so distracted by the tea stream that my tea got cold. Oh well, it still tastes good. Oh no, tea distracting you from tea. The nightmare. Sorry, I was a bit distracted. You wouldn't believe some of the things I've seen. Those poor bastards calling out to Varys for salvation, wailing out anthems, praising the Empire, and then there's the screaming. Gods, I can still hear them. But I mustn't let that stop me from filling my duty. I'll fill my ears with wax if I have to. Once I get this ether down my neck, I'll return to my post. Heroes, all of them. It's you know, it's like the efforts taken to heal the tempered. You know, not every hero is the vanguard. They're just as much a part of the spear as we are. Just because we're the tip doesn't mean that they're not part of it. Part of the shaft. Extra strong mints. Y'all got cream-colored mints up there? Raven. I associate main candy sweets more with white than green. See, I associate them much more with green than white. The machinist gemstone reminds me more of Gatorade. Yeah, that's definitely blue Gatorade. But again, like, am I crazy? Because, like, this is, like, far too creamy. Because, like, an Altoid, right? Or something like, or like a Mentos, or, like, whatever. Ah, so you finished your rounds, then. Did the healers have anything to share? Not much. They're all struggling, but they'll make it through. It's worse than I thought. Even the tempered we'd seen in our homelands did little to prepare us for the sheer numbers we'd encounter here. Curing them all may appear to be an insurmountable task, but we must try. That's why maintaining morale and the well-being of our healers is so important. And you made a valuable contribution. I'd like you to have this by way of thanks. But yeah, I don't know if we may actually talked about it earlier, but like we've been doing this for a year. A year and like 2 weeks now. 90, probably like what, 95 episodes, 94 episodes in 2 years, or in a year. It's crazy. It's absolutely wild. Honestly, if I had been streaming every day, I'm sure like we could have gone further. Well, I mean, if we were streaming every day, we would have gone further. But I mean, like, how many? Honestly, let's see. So we did 2 per week. I mean, some weeks off, obviously, but you have at least that would be at least a minimum of double, because we're assuming not doing weekends. You know. Could have done close to 200 episodes or more. Yeah, my mom used the pure white mints to stop smoking, so the shape makes me think of mints. Creamy white makes me think vanilla or those yogurt candies. Just let you know, the stream is still unlisted. Oh! Ray, oh no! Ray, we fucked up. Thank you. I thought it was a little quiet. Okay, yeah, no, now it's public. I don't know if it got fixed. On my screen, it says that either Ray or V fixed it. Thank you for that. Thank you. That is definitely going to be good for the numbers later on, because otherwise, that would be no bueno. I appreciate you, Oblivion. That is not something I would have thought to check, especially midstream. Infinite, good to see you. Glad to have you. Welcome to the stream, midstream, that we've already been going on for 20 minutes because we actually forgot to make it public. I will remember to make that a part of my setup procedure. I think sometimes I do it, sometimes Ray does it, and so I'll just remember to always check that too. Because Ray helps me with the setup every time, which I am deeply appreciative of. A lot of the episode days off are important to rest, though. Yeah, it's interesting. Since we've got, you know, a couple more minutes until we start, we're still doing the warm-up, and now we're live. Like I was saying yesterday, right? Streaming's interesting because streaming's easy for me. Because even if I'm low energy, once it starts, or I'm struggling, once it starts, gearing through all of it's easy. And then it's afterwards in the crash, which I don't mind the crash. But the problem is that if I want to do like videos on YouTube, I also have to have energy either after stream or before stream. So it's like trying to do streaming and trying to make videos can be kind of difficult. But the thing is, like, if I didn't do streaming, I don't know how many more videos I'd actually end up making, and I really enjoy streaming. It's also helps a lot to like foster community when you're more of an actual person than just a talking head for videos. But it's also interesting because we garner new people more often through putting out videos than we do necessarily from streaming. So it's this interesting back and forth. Decoy, good to glad to have you. Just got your why we have to go through Discord link to see stream. No, we just forgot to actually put it public instead of unlisted, Decoy. That's all. For those of you who are coming in late, we usually have the video up about 30 minutes to an hour beforehand, and then we make it public right as we go live, but the unlisted link is ready over on our Discord to click on. But you may have noticed that you're coming in the middle of stream now if you're joining publicly, and the reason for that is because we actually accidentally forgot to hit the public button. Okay. Well, 4:26, I think it's good enough as any time to start. Besides, we got plenty to get through today. Alea lacta est, a roll of the dice. Or the fall of the dice, the way the dice fall. It has a couple different interpretations I've seen, but one of the common ones I've seen is a roll of the dice. You will accompany me back to your camp, where I will meet with your leader and present Lord Quintus's demands. Before we depart, however, there's something I would ask of you. Assuming your contingent complies, the supplies they surrendered will need to be transported here. The task falls to Legionnaire Mercillianus and Octavia, who will pilot Magitech armor to your headquarters. You are to inform them that we are leaving shortly. Tell them to ask the Il for further details. In those words, once you've seen to it, meet me by the exit. Kathra, good to see you, glad to have you. Thought something bad happened? No, yeah, thank you for your concern, but I always announce on Discord half an hour before the stream starts, yeah. I know some people don't check that, and I know some people either aren't a part of our Discord or also... But you can always Ray will always announce the start of the episode time 30 minutes beforehand over in the Discord, because Ray is very helpful in that way. Yes, you have to set notifications on for the Discord. You again. I was told to say, ask the ill for further details by Euless. Ask the ill, he said. So that's to be the way of it, after all this. How ironic that you should be the one to deliver the news. If those are my orders, then so be it. For the glory of Garlemald. One of my favorite cutscenes is coming up here. Actually, multiple of my favorite cutscenes are coming up here. This honestly, in some ways, I almost wish we had had more time, because it might have been a good place. Well, no, it wouldn't have been a good place to stop, because the cutscenes coming up next are gonna start going wild. No, we stopped at the right part, because there's gonna just be it's pretty much just a race to map 4 from here on out. They sound so defeated, kind of understandably so. What do you want with me? I was told to tell you to ask the ill? Ask the ill. The Lord Quintus has reached a decision. I knew he would understand, that he would recognize the savage as a ruthless and merciless creature, and to defeat him, we too must be uncompromising. I am ready. In the name of Emperor Varus, for the glory of Garlemald, I will fulfill my duty. The die is cast. Spoken to, yeah, Caesar. Caesar. Yeah. Which, yeah, if you know its historical reference point, what it implies is kind of, clear. Going to make a coffee before it gets into the really good parts. Smart going, Kathra. There isn't really a good pausing point to pause from here. Yeah. We actually did pick the best place by far. There's only so much I can do until we're able to cure more medicine. We cannot safely move the injured, and what little provisions we do have are spent keeping both us and the survivors warm. Bom, 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 bom. How's audio sound, by the way, guys? Have you done as instructed? Their duty is to do more than move the transportation, isn't it? Duty is rarely a simple thing. We have been given an additional order, though whether we will be required to follow them depends entirely on your contingent. You and I are in this together now. Like it or not, we have to cooperate. There's one other matter, and a place I'd like to visit on our way to your camp. It's a short walk from here. Follow me. Oh, this scene. I don't know why I thought this scene might come later. But he knows it's, oh. Yeah. Good audio? Cool. Audio sounds good. Thank you. So many cool Roman Latin phrases and references with Garlemald stuff. I mean, it makes sense, right? You know, they're the root inspiration for them being, you know, the Roman Empire, Latin in so many both superficial and cultural ways, but then also in many various other ways. Thank you, Kiko. Thank you, Oblivion. Thank you, Deathberry. You now got both my cats joining in for stream today. One on the floor, another behind my laptop. Can't see the second screen now. Well, I mean, at least they're not suffering the fate of Raven's cats, right? Ray, how many times have you done this lately? Like, in actuality? Because the numbers you've said, I can't even tell if they're hyperbole or not at this point. Give me a moment, please. Euless lingers by the ruins, reluctant to leave and reluctant to stay, unable to move on. Which, oh man, if that doesn't just encapsulate, like, Euless's mindset and where he is in general, in so many, like, just, and Garlemald, and those of Garlemald who, even those who want a better future for Garlemald, many of them don't know whether it's rooted in the past or in the future, you know?
This is my home. Our home. At least it was until that night. I was with Lord Quintus when the capital fell, and thus spared. My family, who did not own a radio, were less fortunate. When dawn came, I made my way here. My parents, my little brother and sister, they were still inside. But they weren't themselves, and they tried to. And I had to. I'd promised to take them away from the capital that very morning, to somewhere safe, to hide until the fighting stopped. Promised. The Garlean flag bears a chain, the bonds between our countrymen. A red link at its center, the blood of the fallen, our loved ones who lived and died for Garlemald. But if she too fell, who would be left to remember them and their sacrifice? What enduring proof would there be that they were ever here? If we had turned to your gods, would they have saved us? I'm sorry, forget I spoke. We should go.
No use. Believe me, I do not enjoy being here any more than you. But he wanted us to play along, so that is what we will do. so cold. Painfully so. Unbearably.
I've been thinking about what Quintus said. About why no one would accept Garlean rule. Irreconcilable differences. When coexistence isn't an option, only conquest remains. Varys at Gimlet said much the same. Only by uniting the world beneath a single standard would we rid ourselves of the Ascians. United as one people, one race cleansed of imperfections. A cold and unforgiving vision. And when we fail to live up to their standards, what place is there for us in their world? But the truly sad, truly frustrating thing is how damnably similar it all is to the lofty ideals of Father and the Forum. Non-intervention. Always non-intervention. Protect our knowledge and our people, and to hells with the rest of you. And yet, I can see how it happened. Varys and Father looked to their elders for guidance and took their virtues as their own. But for this world was of their making. In who else could they place their trust? All of us lost in a sea of chaos, searching desperately for purpose and meaning. But it shouldn't just be an extension of another's. It has to be ours. It has to be.
You learned that a long time ago.
We all have
in
a
the
stake
coils.
in this world. No one should be silenced.
I won't deny that we lack the experience of people such as Father or Quintus. Perhaps they've come to see the world as a series of problems, and the most efficient way of solving them, to reduce everything to fundamental forms. A stone is a stone, a cloud, a flower, no more than that. Simple descriptions that strip the subject of distinguishing characteristics. A man is a man, divided according to race, creed, or allegiance, and to some, defined by such associations.
Is that what you think?
In my misbegotten youth. But what I believed wisdom was no more than aggressive ignorance. I've since learned to look beyond the banners and the politics, to see people as individuals with their own hopes and dreams. As for my dream of building a better world, well, every day I'm reminded that it is far more complex than I had ever imagined. But it only spurs me onward, to find the wisdom and the strength to see it through to the very end.
All of our supplies and an immediate withdrawal. These are your conditions?
Demands. And you forgot about the airship. Once again, you will leave one behind. It will be used to return the prisoners. Their collars will be removed prior to the exchange.
So in the end, not even Father's expertly worded rhetoric could deter you from your chosen course.
Huh?
Not that I thought for a moment that it would. I've no love for violence, of course, but ours is a cause worth fighting for. I just wish he'd realize it too. Sometimes the only way to protect the ones you love is to take a stand, to refuse to suffer in silence. I want you to know I share your conviction. Whether it be on the battlefield or in the debating chamber, I won't back down. I guess what I'm saying is...
You've found your own reason to fight.
Yes. Yes, I have. God's willing, there will come a day when we can finally lay down our arms, and there will be peace. But not until the Telophoroi have been defeated once and for all. And you, brother, will have a vital part to play. By your words and deeds, you'll lead the way.
I pray I am up to the task.
There'll always be naysayers. Those who think us fools for even trying. It's easy for learned elites to criticize earnest efforts and assert their moral superiority, all without offering alternatives. Not that their sophistry has ever wounded you. So stubborn and strong. Stronger than you even know. Don't ever change, you hear me? If you stumble, I'll be there to catch you. Or give you a thick ear. Maybe both, for good measure.
Thank you, Alice.
There's really not a lot to say during that cutscene because it really speaks for itself. Fucking us to the end! What a time to come back into the plot. Babil, Black Flame, good to glad to have you.
The scouts have secured Alize and Alfino. Their collars were removed without complication as well. They report no casualties, not for their party nor the guards, who will wake from their premature slumber in due course.
It would appear the situation has changed. I propose new terms. We have information that will be of great interest to Lord Quintus, and I wish to speak with him in person.
No. In the event you rejected our first proposal, we came prepared with a second.
Ambush!
More are coming! Make ready!
We, the loyal soldiers of the First Legion, proud servants of Garlemald, of the fallen Emperor Varys, shall safeguard these lands from the barbarian hordes until our countrymen return! Stop, both of you!
Eorzean to the rescue. I'm so glad he gets a moment.
This child may be the worst emissary I have ever seen.
Remember, he's a Padgel. He's much older than he looks.
We received an urgent communication from the Grand Company of Eorzean. Envoys from the Imperial Army, led by members of the 10th Legion, came to Alamigo and requested an audience. They explained that their efforts to coordinate the reclamation of the capital with the aid of the 4th, 5th, 8th, and 12th had ended in failure.
That's where they freaking... I've been wondering. I was like, I don't think there's any references to those, to some of the other ones. But yes, that is our reference to the 5th and 8th. Come from that. 12th is the remnants of Xenos' Legion. Second, obviously, was Corvos's, as we figured out last time. So first is accounted for, second is accounted for, third is accounted for, fourth is accounted for, fifth is accounted for, sixth is accounted for, seventh is accounted for, eighth is accounted for, ninth is still unaccounted for, 10th is accounted for, 11th is unaccounted for. So 9, 11, and 13, I believe, are still unaccounted for.
Communication between most legions has broken down entirely. Most of the 10th's conscripts have deserted, leaving their forces severely depleted. That is why, unable to continue the fight on their own, they and their allies turned to the Grand Company of Eorzean for aid.
Lies. Every word.
It is the truth, and I have not finished. The 10th has requested that we deliver a message to Lord Quintus. Have the ill stand down.
You have been listening, my lord? What are your orders?
Inform her that we will honor the 10th's decision. Bereft of hope, and now dignity. I release you from your duty. All of you. I take solace, your radiance, in the knowledge you are not here to witness our debasement. 'Twas a grand, glorious dream we shared. Of a world united, of peace and prosperity. We are ghosts, you and I, memories of days gone by. Bonds forged in blood that I will not see tarnished.
Quickly! We have to reach the station before it's too late.
If there is still a chance that Quintus will agree to a truce, we must take it.
I just
If this
hope we
beat
get there
wasn't
before he and his men do something rash.
If this beat wasn't so dark, this would be almost comedic. The blood of Garlemald. I know there's been conflict within Garlemald, but in all punctuality, one man brought down the Garlemald Empire, Xenos. But not really, right? Because, like, think about it this way. Xenos doesn't become Xenos without Varys acting the way Varys does. Varys doesn't become who he is and what he is without Solus being the way that he is. Fandaniel can't take advantage of House Brutus without in the way that he does without Asahi being the way he is. Elidibus uses Xenos' body to foster it. I don't think he really was never any one figure. I mean, Garlemald was a time bomb by design from the beginning. Yeah, I love those boots. I say cuddling your brother does not make you soft. He's still so young yet he says his misbegotten youth. I think it's important to remember that while Alfino could be anywhere between 16 and 19, we have to understand that he's been doing stuff since the age, at this point, since the age of like 11. So the past 5 years, he's done a lot. So the growth, I think that the irony is like he stepped into adulthood now in a way that he hadn't before. So really the chapter before him in some ways is not so much not his misbegotten youth. You think about all he's been through, you know, 3.0 on especially. Yeah, twins, his heart is so not in it, yeah. Do Garlands have link pearls or traditional radios? I don't know. I would assume traditional radios based on some of the other tech that we see and the fact that they do have radios. But there, in theory, there's no reason that they couldn't have access to link pearls. Euless getting a music back speech moment that gets halted like a record scratch was pretty funny. Yeah, the scene shocked me into silence for like a good 20 minutes, yeah. No, there's been conflict, yeah. Damn Garleans make pretty weapons, though. Yeah, definitely ceremonial ones. The scene actually shocked me. Yeah, that we would go to that length. The red blood landing on the red chain of the flag. The blood of their, you know, ultimately Quintus, you know, whatever you would say about the ways in which he might have been a coward of unwilling to believe in a better world, he didn't die. He died in his mind the right way to maintain their dignity, to maintain their honor. The blood of Garlemald, the blood that will remember. That chain that we see as the evil symbol really did mean something to them. We will make no attempt to resist. Much and more has occurred since last we met. As we're determining what comes next, we'll speak with Lord Quintus. Before we proceed, tell me what you know of the First Legion and the disposition of their forces. Frankly, they're barely surviving. They were preparing for war while the refugees in their caves were left to go hungry. A reckless, short-sighted plan that risks the welfare of the people that they are sworn to protect. Nevertheless, we cannot compel them to accept our aid. If we were to arrive in force with the intent to do so, we would only incite panic, but perhaps they can be persuaded to follow one of their own. Go with Euless back to the station and have him lead the refugees here. Some may be unwilling or unable to leave, but for the time being, I'll take what I can get. Alfino and Alice and the scouts sent to extract them should already be at the station. We'll also have our other comrades in the area lend their support should it be needed. Understood. Oh, interesting. Now that the blue quest activated. What is the blue quest? In pursuit of power. As a lot of Garleans strongly object to our presence here, we must be vigilant for those who might endanger our camp. But none of the others acted to bring the Empire down. Solus acted to bring him down. Elidibus acted to bring him down. And I also, Asahi, I mean, I would disagree that there were not others who acted to bring it down, but I also think that that's not the point. I think a lot of times people who love a country or think that what they're doing is right for a country still bring it down, right? I don't think countries fall just because one man or a few men it tends to be not just because that they are like, yeah, we're going to bring this country down from within. As members of it. More often than not, it's people thinking they're doing the right thing that have long-term devastating consequences, like Varys and the way he treated his son. Just fought over it. Xenos did the Edith that actually brought it in. Yeah, I guess, like, the thing is that Xenos may have fired the final shot, but he didn't put the gun in his hand. He didn't necessarily load the gun. You get what I mean? Like, that's not a great analogy either, because in a sense, he also did part of those things, but my point is that there were a lot of other steps that got to the point of him swinging the Executioner's axe on Garlemald, if that makes sense. My favorite part of the scene is that with default text, advanced distorted applause, and OST hit right after the Quintus commits the deed. I swear, the timing on that stuff, sometimes I swear is intentional, other times it's just, I think, quite lucky. I know that they do adjust the timing for some cutscenes like that, because I know that even, Soken has been asked to adjust the music before to fit timing better like that. It's ironic that the red chain blood splash of the scene was self-imposed. Yeah. But it's still the blood of his countrymen. It's still the bloody memory. Still the blood of a man who, in his mind, sacrificed for his country to make sure it stayed what it was. He's wrong. And a coward, and not just because of the suicide, but because he refused to believe in a better world. Reminds me of someone like Javert and Les Mis. So incapable of accepting that the world might be able to be better, or that the thing that he hated might be right, that he'd rather die. Giovanni, good to see you, glad to have you. Hello people, what are you doing? We are currently going through the MSQ as per usual. We are heading back to Tertium. Decoy, it's kind of a mirror that fall of their country is kind of their own fault. Xenos just sped up the process. I see it lasting maybe another decade or so. Yeah, and again, remember, it literally by design a time bomb. It always had been. Like, go back to the 4.x, right? Solus and Varys talking, you know, the War of Succession was, then the chaos it wrought was by design. Same way Alec was meant to fall by design. The people's philosophy always was set up to be such that they were inexorably going to come in conflict with others, and that one way or another they were going to destroy themselves or be destroyed. Much like what happened with Alag. 'Tis a comfort to see that thee, none the worse for thy recent ordeals. What are you doing back here? Where are Euless and the others? Oh, I did not expect you to arrive so soon. There's been a development. Perhaps you had best see for yourself. Elio and Euless. We arrived just before you did, and too late. Too late for what? What's happened? It's Lord Quintus. He took his own life. After the news about the 10th, he relieved us of our duties. Then, when he was alone, he... No, he wouldn't. Thancred and the others, assisted by the soldiers, have seen to the remains. In due course shall the legatus be afforded a proper burial. He released us from our duties. He wanted us to be free to choose our own fate. Without him to guide us, I have just this moment spoken with Lucia. We are ready to commence the transfer of the refugees here to Camp Broken Glass, should they be willing to accept our aid. Some would rather die, but most of us just want to live. Song and standards be damned, we just want to live! We'll need to speak with the refugees. They'll have decided for themselves if they wish to come with us. If any would prefer to stay, we can have supplies brought over to them. It'll be a hard journey for the others, but we'll see that they reach our camp safely. Yeah, that is the sneaky part of the scene. The blood of their countrymen being their own doing. Yeah. When Varys is upset at Solus for nearly destroying the country, Solus responds with, yeah, I planned that. Yeah. The whole, you know, Varys has the whole, like, it was by design. But, which I don't know why it just lives rent free in my head. But the Garlean Empire and the Allegan Empire were always means to an ends for the Ascians to create calamities. They knew that by instilling in them, in Alag's case, giving it too much decadence in order for it to fall to its own decadence. In Garlean's case, basically a desire to either needs to either conquer or be destroyed. They were setting themselves up for destruction. The ideology of Garlemald inexorably was always going to leave in circumstances that led to them either conquering the world and then destroying themselves, or being destroyed. You know, or destroying themselves in any way, any case. Because if you must control everyone in order for there to be peace, you might even win. You might even conquer the world. But the world's too big. There's too many people. Eventually, there are too many differences. Being different is a natural part of life. You can't unite. You can unite everyone under a dream, under a goal, but there's still going to be different people with different hopes and aspirations within that. The only way to make something of it is you got to make a system that can allow people to be different, but also still to be connected, right? You know. These people need scarves. That's a third parent Ulysses lost. Yeah, a third authority figure. It was only ever a dream, wasn't it? To think we could reclaim it, to rebuild it all ourselves. Before this all began, I sent my wife and daughter away to the provinces. If there's a chance I might see them again, I'll take it. So take me. Take me with you, please. If I'm not mistaken, I think there's a quest around that. Well, got the Aetheryte sorted in the end. All it took was a few adjustments, and now it works as well as it ever did. From what I can tell, the one in Latrium is also functioning as normal. That's where you lot are staying, isn't it? Now, the most of us are packing up and leave this place. I reckon there'll be more use for me. There'll be more use for me and my skills over at your camp. Yeah, it's interesting how much Graha has not actually been around for a lot so far. Giovanni. Where's Dad? Did he? I know not how to offer encouragement or solace to these poor souls, but if it's safe passage to our camp they need, I'd gladly oblige. Lord Quintus was our rock in the storm, and now we are without a leader, without direction. Nevertheless, we must live on, even if that means consorting with our former enemies. Well, what do you want? Nothing. To employ healing magics now would likely invite catastrophe, as thou canst attest from thy experience at Victor's spoils. Indeed, the Garleans view our ability to manipulate Aether with the same suspicion that many Eorzeans do Magitech. Ah, it's you, the one who treated me with such kindness. I heard from the others you're not from around here. I thought you were one of us. Now that makes much difference now. Purebloods, migrants, savages. After a while, the words start to lose meaning, until all you're left with is anger and fear and hate. And I'm too tired. If you and yours have come to offer aid, I'd be glad to accept it. Best not to dwell on it, not when there's other work to be done. We have much to discuss. Our rescue, the attacks of Camp Broken Glass, what we'd hoped to talk about with Quintus. But all that I can wait, more urgent matters demand our attention. Are any of the refugees willing to come to our camp? Thank the 12. Thank the 12. You and I should go first and secure the routing back to Camp Broken Glass. With all the creatures and tempered skulking about, I expect we'll have our hands full. This should come in handy. Conqueror's Chain, courtesy of our laments and friends. I'd save it for the tempered, though. I'll make a few points that need surveying on your map. Once you've taken care of the riffraff, we'll be back at our camp. Why? Poor Euless, yeah. Hopefully one day they'll clean up the blood. I would imagine that the flag would be taken down long before they'd clean off the blood from it. To think that we'd end up oh, frick. What skills do I have left looking forward to? Yeah, okay, the Expansion evolution. And then it's literally, well, no, wait, there's traits. No, Spirits Within Mastery and just Enhanced Divine Veil. Okay, go. Wow, okay. I guess there's really not that much left. I do think that the way that they, in the future, that the way that they're gonna, like, one way to make it so early you could have more skills at earlier levels is just to use traits to modify the amount of damage that they do. So like you could use like, so melee mastery, right? Increase the potency of fast blades to 200, right blade to 140, royal authority to 140, holy. So basically increases a bunch of your skills baseline damage, right? Imagine if they use that at earlier points to like, okay, so you'd still be able to have like your full 1, 2, 3 and like some of your other stuff, but they just do less damage when doing Sistasha or something like that. To think that we'd end up taking the First Legion themselves, or whatever remains of them, into our care. Not so long ago, such a thing would have been inconceivable. But these are strange times indeed. Catch us out on keyboard when I walked away for a minute, typing commands on me. Yep, well, you know, definitely trying to cheer us on via the chat. Yeah, no worries, Oblivion. I wonder what cities are left that they haven't used. So we've got Troya, we've got Baron, we've got Eblin. We haven't done Mysidia yet, but then again, we could do Mysidia. Mericidia maybe might have Mysidia, or also Mysidia could be Reflection, or... Yeah, exactly, Dudberry. What roles do you guys tend to main? Or jobs, I guess, too. I only ask just because, like, I feel like a lot of the groups I play with, we've had bunches of healers, even bunches of tanks sometimes. So, like, but I assume that, like, there's not a drift towards DPS, and I assume that that's just, like, a weird outlier. Machinist, mostly. I feel like I'm playing Where's Waldo, but it's Spot the Dancing Ray Ray. You see no threats on the path ahead. Shooters tend to go tank or healer from what I see. I wonder what that's about. I can imagine tank because of Vanguard stuff, plus the amount of canonical jobs that have it. Maybe we just have a desire to be the front lines or center of attention. There might be something to that for sure. Healers wouldn't necessarily be that, but then maybe it's that it fuels your god complex because you have the ability to control life and death. There's something there. There's definitely something there. Bard, Dancer, and Reaper so far, but all DPS. Interesting, Tracy. I live in Red Mage, only play others when necessary for leveling. Dancer, Tank, depending on the amount of energy I have. Interesting, because we don't see, so like between you guys, we don't see a lot of healers. So definitely there's probably a, I also wonder what the breakdown is like server to server. Like East versus West, or even just like the difference between like Aether, Primal, and Crystal. Rad! Good to see, glad to have you. I've always preferred healers who naturally made White Mage from the start. Makes sense. I've always preferred playing tank. I'm trying to think if there's ever a time before that. I think when I was really, really young, I liked doing damage. But that was before I even understood the Trinity in a way that, like... Like, because even the first MMO... I don't know that WoW was the first MMO I played. Actually, I probably played MMOs before that. But, like, the first, like, major MMO that I played that had the Holy Trinity, I think probably would have been WoW. And that I played a Warrior in, so... And then Warrior and Paladin, and both of those was speccing into tank builds. Ah, there you are. As expected, I ran into a few beasts who went down without much of a fight. The temper proved somewhat more troublesome, but those chains should keep them under control until our allies take them into custody. With that taken care of, I'm to gather a few supplies and return to the station. While I see to that, would you mind appraising Lucia of our progress? If that happens, I have some rather pertinent information from our recent scouting forays, but I'll save that for later. First things first and all that. Summoner's my main DPS. Yeah, Summoner's very fun. See, this is so funny. Summoner, it so depends on who you ask, because like some people are like, I love how easy it is. It's very refreshing. It's very straightforward. It's very easy to like feel like I have a handle on it. And then other people are like, they fucking Summoner is just too basic. If there's not enough going on, it's fun. Which is honestly maybe a good thing. Maybe that it is so divisive is maybe a good thing because it allows for like a different breadth of people to play it. I mean, but it's also like the same, you know, same different conversation between people who play like Savage or EX versus people who don't. So you just like, the game can feel so wildly different. DPS rotation scares me, so I'm always either Gunbreaker or White Mage. Yeah, it's interesting. Yeah, try and like perfectly do a DPS rotation. There's usually more involved, right? But like in my mind, the like Paladin rotation at 90, while the DPS rotation part is simple, you also have to like manage the other part. I'm with you. I find it easier to manage all this. But it's funny when it's like, sometimes when it's like, well, you know, if someone's comparing the three straight up, it's like, well, DPS is so much complexity because you're doing this huge rotation and, you know, healers only have to press one button for damage and tanks have a very similar, it's like, yeah, but they have a whole second part of their like kit that they have to take care of. I'm mostly DPS, Summoner for caster, Samurai Dragon for melee, for tanks falling back in love with Gunbreaker, but also love Paladin. I can heal, but it'll never be main for me. Yeah, but Sage is my pref there. Yeah, Sage is a good time. If I confuse Red Mage and Dragoon, it would be a perfect. I want to run more on Sage, but can't quite manage healer. Yeah. Sage is a lot of fun, Kiko, that's for sure. I also love Dragoon as I embody the floor tank ideal. My main is, Kanya, the Paladin tank. My ult is the White Mage healer, although she's a bit more balanced. I try to play the job she has more balance than my goal for her. Okay. I'm fine tanking for healing once I really know the mechanics. Yeah. Because that's the thing, that's tanking and healing. DPS, in theory, you're mitigating damage by doing stuff correctly most of the time, especially in non-EX or Savage. But you're really, for the most part, what you're rooting it in is like your... in non-EX or Savage, you don't necessarily have to worry, but like you have your kind of your own responsibilities to maximize DPS by doing your rotation, right? Whereas with tank, you need to know your timing for mitigation more so for what like reading the boss for that. And healer, you're kind of having to adapt or prevent with shields. Alpaca, thank you for the $5. Just want to stop by and say thank you. Yeah, and your team for all the work you do for our team community. Thank you so much, Alpaca. It was lovely being on your show, by the way. I was just on Alpaca's stream a couple days ago. I was talking over with them and Scribe there. Sorry I had to bail out early last night for the EX. My partner wanted to have dinner. For me, I bet at multitasking, so summoner helps as I can pay attention to the fight rather than rotation. Yeah. Been really loving Paladin on Swift and now trying Gunbreaker, trying to see which one will become my main tank. Yeah. The nice thing about, so I have a pitch, and I don't remember if we talked about this in stream, but I have a pitch. If you think about, in this game, the roles are the job, your roles are your class, essentially. And the different jobs within it are your specs, in terms of like speccing into like different flavor and slightly different variants of how you engage with stuff. It kind of makes things like, it kind of makes a sense. It kind of makes a type of sense. Definitely works really well. Maybe we need a potion tank. Make everyone unhappy. A tank that throws potions at themselves as mitigation. The problem with any tank that's ranged is that because you can't, them being, if they're the main tank, they're not a ranged tank, right? Because you are gonna have the boss on you. So like a ranged tank kind of fundamentally doesn't work unless they did something like did Puppet Master and you could set up the puppet as the thing that's being attacked, but I think that's pretty unlikely. Yeah. I enjoy reactive jobs more than a lot of preemptive ones or jobs that are really rotation based. I should probably gear my Dancer again. I balance the rolls a lot. Dancer's great for that. Yeah. I love Dancer's a lot of fun. I play extremes but don't do savage at the moment, so I can luckily just spam some Medica too. And the bad spot while learning is usually Medica's spam for a while, and extreme doesn't hurt DPS needed to kill the boss. Yeah, well, the other thing about extreme is that most of the time, the vast majority of times, you're going to clear the boss if everyone's doing mechanics appropriately and you're clearing heal checks. And besides, you should only work, if you're hitting in rage and you're not succeeding DPS check, then you work on improving DPS rather than trying to perfect DPS before you've perfected all mechanics anyways. You know, shield love for life, yeah. Sam, good to see you, glad to have you. I do like how this game handles job classes. Me too, Sam. I know for some people it can be boring because, I mean, for legitimate reasons that 14 goes for safety, right? 14 is about having really fine-tuned balance and having things really tight-knit, and it has your jobs are more about, you know, flavor than huge variances. And there are pros to that in that it is very, very well balanced. It's very, very tightly tuned fights. You don't see a lot of swinging, you don't see a lot of huge major buffs or nerfs to fights, and even to jobs you don't see major buffs and nerfs typically. The downside of that is less interesting. If you're someone who likes building weird shit, or if you're like something where you want to see how weird things interact, like trinkets in World of Warcraft, it's not that. But I will say that I think we have good examples of games on both ends of that spectrum that, you know, WoW shouldn't necessarily always try to be like, it shouldn't be just like 14, and 14 shouldn't try to like copy what WoW does. And then you have something like Guild Wars 2, which is kind of in the middle between those 2 points. Because it's not really gear, you don't really tinker with gear, but you have you have scope to mess with in terms of your specializations and stuff. Oh no, they'd still be melee, they just smack the boss with their bottle. I lose the fact you picked the wrong for your job, you're stuck with it. Yeah, and that's the other thing that I think, you know, I was just talking with Scribe and Alpaca and Shiloh about this, but the thing is that by allowing your one character to play every job, you also do remove something that makes feeling like you picked a job very hyper special or unique or specific to like your character is a warlock. And it's trade-offs, right? You know, I think it works really well for 14 with Warrior of Light. I think it works really well in that there is you have balance, or you have, it's convenient, it works. I think it functions well that allow people to try out different things without just having to play a new alt, go through the MSQ all over again with that alt. It's a game that does not in any ways incentivize alt, and in some ways, I won't say punishes it, but does not make your life easy to create a second one unless you're willing to engage with the content again. But yeah, you know, just trade-offs. Guild Wars 2 dispense with the Holy Trinity. Oh yeah. Well, but it kind of didn't. Because the problem is in Guild Wars 2 is you still end up needing people doing supports. You need boon. You need people who are doing boons, right? Like, this may have changed since End of Dragons, because I only played it from beta up to mainly through Path of Fire. But in Path of Fire, you'd have a situation where you needed a Chromomancer, or you needed a Firebrand, or you needed a, like, because if you didn't have a certain amount of support. So while it's all well and good to say that they dispense with the Holy Trinity, there ended up being a secondary types of trinities that were created around it. Because you had situations where you either needed pure damage, or you needed not affliction damage, but you know, or you needed people. Every job needed to be able to jobs. You need to have enough jobs that were able to help with the break bar. So it's like, yes, they did do away with the Holy Trinity, but they ended up still coming up and creating situations where they either had to make everyone so uniform other than flavor that they could all participate in the open world, high-end open world and endgame content, or they had to end up in situations where certain things were effectively required, you know? Sheila, yeah. I tend to keep abilities in the same spot for all jobs. I like my healers have single spammable heal in 3 and group spammable 4. So I swap jobs, I don't get too confused. Yeah, I do stuff like that with like AoEs and stuff for tank. Also I have Q for sprint for every job. What's my sprint? V is my sprint. Yeah, I never want to make a mistake. Yeah, definitely having universals definitely decreases mental load with this game for sure. I really do like having all jobs with one character. I'd like to have, as I had like 12 alts in WoW, but only really wanted to play one character. I like to roleplay so hard. So to roleplay, yeah. I think there's just trade-offs. And I don't say that to dismiss, like, well, there's trade-offs, so there's no like improving it or making it better or worse or whatever. But I think your mileage is going to vary on what you value. And it's also hard in a game. And a game that's consistent, if a game is very consistent and doesn't change rapidly, but you play it a lot, it's more likely to feel stale if you want something that's more zesty out of it. Ah, Elio, I was informed of Quintus's suicide. It must have come as a great shock to his men. What of the refugees? I'm told that some were receptive to our proposal, but I would hear your first-hand account. Well, they seem to be struggling, but most are willing to come. But so many did not hesitate to accept proves how desperate their situation has become. We'll do our best to make them feel welcome. The troop who participated in the ambush are no exception. They will be afforded the same treatment as any other refugee. Perfidy notwithstanding, however, all. Even if I wanted to make an example of them, there's no one left to learn from it. We will tell our allies that these soldiers were acting under the direct orders of the legatus, and that following his suicide, they offered a full and unconditional surrender. Perhaps Quintus thought that had he lived, he'd be tried as a war criminal, and his men punished with him. Perhaps by taking his own life, he hoped to absolve them of any culpability. Or perhaps, like too many others, he was a true believer to the end. Who can say? I don't know the man or his heart. His reasons, noble or otherwise, died with him, and it falls to us to clean up the mess. Oh, this next cutscene, definitely top 5 for Endwalker. Definitely top 5. I assume you're curious about how matters have progressed here in your absence. Quite well, as it happens. Now that we've procured ceruleum from Tapper's Den, the recently repaired heaters can provide much-needed warmth. Furthermore, we prepared sufficient food for everyone. Those from Tertium shall find a hot meal waiting upon their arrival. There's one for you, so go ahead and get some well-earned rest. I believe that we're capable of wielding a ladle or two without your assistance. On your way, might I ask you seek out Yshola? She was but recently attending to the wounded, but she's meant to be taking a rest herself. See that she is. Yeah, I'm touching comfort. Well, I mean, the nice thing is that if you only want to play one job in this, you can. You know, I have an idea. Am I going crazy? Maybe you're already in a party. Maybe that's what's going on. Yeah, the problem is my character's White Mage Paladin Summoner with some Dragon Dragon, otherwise all my jobs level 90 but never played, you know. Gives issues. I sure hope he enjoys his soup, yeah. I think maybe I was really sure, but I thought his death was a cowardly way out as he didn't want to deal with the consequences or how he wasted civilian supplies. Yeah, right. I mean, like, literally the point just made there, right, is there is no way to be sure. My reading on that is more to do with honor, dignity, and pride. Both because of who's writing this game, who's inspired, what they're being inspired by, and kind of some of his lines. I don't think he was afraid of the consequences in terms of, like, he didn't want to suffer pain or something. In my mind, it was much more about not losing any more of his Garlean pride or dignity, and that to go out on his own terms now was a better than to chained and lose more of his dignity. I don't think he's right. I mean, I still think he's a coward because he wasn't willing to like face consequences or try to believe in a better world or any of those things. But I think his lines show that it's not just that he was a coward in the sense of like afraid of being made to suffer or something. Oh, I'm not the leader. That's why I couldn't invite you. Yes, I've been taking proper breaks and imbibing sufficient water. But what of the Warrior of Light? You and the twins have established history of a reckless disregard for your own well-being. We're all fortunate that none of you landed yourself in my care. I've already quite enough to deal with between the tempered and the firsts wounded. Alas, though I can mend their bodies, the toll their experience has taken on their hearts and minds is another matter altogether. For their sake we mustn't waver, but nor must we rush ahead in eagerness to see the day won, and in so doing invite disaster. Upon settling down for supper, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you said, yeah. Emotions. I think the last time we heard this was at was it during 5.3 at the top of the Crystal Tower? All these people from journeys past. People from Ishgard, Alamigo, Eorzea. Standing together. Because we earned it, we got here.
Is that all of them?
The last of those who agreed to join us, yes.
We left heaters and provisions for those who wish to stay behind. They won't last forever, but hopefully they'll last long enough.
For now, I think everyone's earned a rest. We'll see to those in need of medical attention, so take the others with you and get yourselves some hot soup.
Hey! Alberic is talking to him. Good.
Warmth. At last.
Marvelous, isn't it? All thanks to the resourceful machinists of Ishgard, I might add. On their behalf,
Amen.
I bid you warm yourself to your heart's content.
Hold on. Your people might have scribbled a few things on a piece of parchment, but it was our Leminson Smiths that put the bloody things together.
God, I want these guys in
Be that
future
as it may,
expansions.
We single-handedly got the interior heating up and running again, didn't we?
The hells you did? We were there every step of the way.
Atheris and
You
Microcosm.
barely raised a finger to help, you ale-sodden reprobate.
I did a damn sight more than you lily-livered bilge rat.
Take that back.
Make me.
I will not stoop to your level.
An Alamegan soldier. The soldier of Alamigo is the one who gives it to him, of all
There's
people.
nothing funny in it.
I'm from Alamigo, but was a conscript until recently. Used to eat this with the officers.
Apparently, it's adapted from a steppe recipe. This is my first time trying it, and I have to say, it's not half bad.
It's a bit too flavorful for my liking.
Perhaps compared to what you're used to.
It's the little things that make life worth living, don't you think?
I know this is not a dream, and yet... I felt the same way at the Dragon Song War's end. Every morning I would step outside and need to be reminded that it wasn't my imagination, that my world had been forever changed. And just as I had grown accustomed to the idea, again you change my world in ways I never thought possible. Were it not for you and your fellow scions, the rifts between man and dragon and myriad tribes might never have been bridged. The Grand Company of Eorzean, the Ilsabard contingent. We owe it all to you. We've shed many tears in recent days, of pain and sorrow, triumph and joy. I much prefer the latter.
As do I.
I'm honored to fight by your side. As an Eorzean and Garlemald both, I shall do all in my power to bring my peoples together.
It is a remarkable achievement. Everything that I and the Populares had hoped for, and more.
Would that it had come sooner.
Indeed. Too many are not here to see it. And yet, there is a warmth in my breast, as if they still share in this moment.
Yes, I know what you mean. On a night like tonight, the wind and cold seem to pass me by.
And now blue. Of hope, of sorrow, of joy. The myriad of colors of life. And then, all too soon, it comes to an end.
Thank you for inviting me today.
What? Emperor Varys?
They are being tempered. The talismans. Quickly!
Save me, brave hero! Ahem. My lord has requested your presence, and I would hate to disappoint him.
I love that they're swapping between Asahi and Amon even now.
The experiment was a success, but I fear our time is short. I shall begin the preparations.
Now, it is time for you to awaken.
I want to point out that the setup for this scene existed during Stormblood, during the Alamigo dungeon.
Good morrow to you. Here, have a taste before it gets cold. Oh, but be sure to remove your helmet. Take a moment, too, to familiarize yourself with that borrowed flesh. So, how does it feel? I, for one, find those first moments within a new body to be most refreshing. We had a Magitech engineer by the name of Aulus to thank for this method of soul extraction and implantation. I believe the two of you met briefly in Alamigo.
He's one of the bosses that you kill, and also part of the Resonant President.
Thankfully, he was thoughtful enough to leave behind his mind-jack technology. I took the liberty of making some improvements and selecting you as my esteemed test subject.
Dude, I remember being so stressed and tense about what was going to happen next and where this was going. Oh man, I remember I got to this, I think day one. I think this was day one of Endwalker being out. I think I got here. And I remember it being like, just being like, fuck. Daniel, give me my body back.
And permit you to go on a righteous rampage instead of partaking in this delicious meal? I think not. I must say, I've gone to great lengths to reunite you with my lord. When I discovered that his friend was in this neck of the woods, I suggested inviting you over for dinner. He never deigned to respond, but I took his silence as a resounding yes.
This really helped me understand, well, not the definition, but the feeling of defilement, I'll say for sure.
Oh my! Daddy is pleased his grumpy little boy has finally found his playmate. Exposition is in order. The Garlean Empire
What a line.
outlawed all forms of religion. No gods to worship, no risk of summoning. Brilliantly simple. But people being people must turn to something or someone in their hour of need. Who then? Why, His Radiance the Emperor, of course. As you have observed firsthand, Garlemald has seen better days. The legendary Solus Zosgalvus, dead. Provinces near and far in open rebellion. Our bold new emperor assassinated. And that last one even sparked a civil war. What rotten luck. The people cried out for salvation. Their earnest pleas, one might even call them prayers, a supplication united for the Empire to reclaim her former glory. And so their will did manifest, channeled through the corpse of none other than Emperor Varus himself. And lo, the Savior was born, the embodiment of the Garlean spirit. Their Anima.
If you don't know, Anima comes from Final Fantasy X. Very different context, but kind of also a similar one.
It calls to its subjects, compelling them to take up arms and fight. And just as the wealth and power gravitate towards the Empire's capital, so too does ether from every corner of the globe. The towers with which you and your allies have been so preoccupied were created as an extension of Anima itself. An ingenious design. Would you not agree, my lord?
Does the pursuit of prey you have bested before excite you? Of course not. Absent the challenge, the thrill, your prize is a hollow victory. Butchery. Perhaps you think that to be the extent of my promise. I have no doubt fallen in your estimation since Alamigo. Fair enough. But do not let your disdain deprive us, of an opportunity to craft an even more majestic moment of euphoria. I have been honing my craft as I set the stage for our reunion. Wheresoever there is suffering and despair, you appear to fulfill your duty as defender of this star.
You're damn right.
The chaos and destruction that my hordes have wrought are my gifts to you alone.
I love that they add Euless to that. It's not our fault that...
At a loss for words? No matter. As you will learn, I have only just begun.
Oh, will you not finish your meal?
There is only one thing that can sate my hunger, and it would seem my friend has lost his appetite. I hoped this display of civility might prove an entertaining diversion, but clearly we are above such pretensions. While my lifeless body was in the possession of the Ascian, I too claimed another's as my own. It was an enlightening experience to fight in an unfamiliar form. Flaws and failings in my technique were plain to see. Whence rises one's true strength? The flesh? The soul? Perhaps you should like to discover the answer for yourself.
Xenos, don't you dare!
Or together.
Oh dear! Whatever would happen if my lord were to greet your friends as you? I shudder to imagine what carnage he would wreak.
Daniel!
We better hurry if we want to avert the bloodbath. You can thank me later for my generosity. There it is. Your camp, I believe. If I were to hazard a guess, I would say that you, the other you, is making his way there as we speak. Alas, this you will have to walk from here. Or run, if you can manage it. My lord would be cross if I made it too easy. Such ingratitude. I'd not squander this fighting chance. After all, you've obstacles enough to overcome. Right on cue. Tempered soldiers, with standing orders to kill those not sworn to Anima. Under normal circumstances, you would make short work of them. But on this occasion, the odds are not so heavily stacked in your favor.
This is such a smart idea in terms of tension and storytelling, but also to convey to you the power that you have as the Warrior of Light. Like the power that you possess physically, that you don't necessarily just possess. That's not just a part of your soul alone. Time to familiarize yourself with a new body. Might I suggest a little fight to the death?
Not bad at all, given your diminished capacity. Nevertheless, 'twould perhaps be prudent to keep to the shadows, scurrying about like a rodent.
You offer a silent prayer. Were you in possession of your own body, you may have the capacity to subdue rather than slay this tempered soldier. In this battle, you are unable to use the full extent of your powers. To reach Camp Broken Glass, you'll have to move as fast as possible. If you are discovered, your foes will give chase. Magic units are especially powerful, and your chances of defeating them in your current state are slim at best. God, it's been so long since I did this, I do not remember how you're supposed to do it. Okay, there's right and there's left. Ah. He's looking towards me, he's looking away. Ah, magic claw, there's no way around that. He moved a second before. Is he going to move again? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Does not look like it. Let's see if I can. Magic Reaper leg has been damaged. Oh, right, I just need to find a kit around here. You've not been turned, thank goodness. I thought I was the only one left. Ugh, the bastards got my hand when they took down my Magic Reaper. If you can repair its leg, it should still work. Here, take this key. If it runs out of ceruleum, you might be able to find more in the wreckage. Still needs ceruleum. Okay, that's a wall. I'm not going to be able to get through there, so there's got to be some... But wait, there was one wreck back. Frick. Frick, come on. Frick. Yeah, I checked that one earlier. See, Imperial. I need Magitech wreckage. Wreck Magitech. See if I can't get around here. That Imperial's looking away. That Imperial's looking right at it. Frick. Let's try it. Yeah! Good timing! Damn it, just a medkit. This is Imperial. See a Magitech over there. Small sack. Friendlies are over. File font's great. Fuel concealing wreckage. That's what I'm looking for. Let's test my luck. Come on, come on. Don't move, don't move, don't move. see which direction he's facing. I hope this is right. Where'd the Magitech go? Is it further down? Oh, it's further down along. Okay. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Where's Maggie when you need her? I will take it. Oh boy. You there! Please help! You're one of us, right? We need your help. We'll make out of this together. We owe you one. Is everyone all right? Thanks, stranger. We have to get back to the shelter. What was that voice? They found us. Get ready. Ugh. They stood by our side. It's going to explode! Get behind the armor! Find you. Machina's done for! Unable to escape the blast, you begin to lose consciousness. You crawled to safety and regained consciousness. With the last of your strength, crawl to Camp Broken Glass.
It is a miracle we were able to restrain the Tempered without suffering casualties.
A welcome one. Arun, Senna, and the others have their hands full as it is. Thankfully, there are enough scales for everyone.
And what of Eulus? His symptoms were particularly severe.
They were, but others fared still worse, including some brought back from the Magna Glacius. As those in most desperate need take priority, it may be a while before he receives treatment. But rest assured that he will. In the meantime, we must find our missing friend. May the Fury guide you.
Of all the bloody times for a disappearing act.
Right when the first wave
Not
struck,
my choice.
we'd be fools to think it a coincidence. But where even to begin the search? No one saw him leave in the chaos, and we've no trail to follow.
While I know full well he can handle himself, I worry all the same.
Ah, speak of the devil.
Well, time to call off the search.
There's 0 chance that it's us.
Case closed.
That's him. Over there.
Aye, 'twould appear so. Thou art struggling to perceive his presence?
I am. Perhaps, in the aftermath of the wave, there is some residual effect interfering with my faculties. But... Where have you been? We've been worried sick.
Now. All's well that ends well. Are you all right?
Are you all right?
I do love that they piece it together pretty fast.
Who are you?
They know us. They know us. Enough, Xenos!
Sadly, that is all we have time for today. The effect has run its course, and back to your own bodies you must go. But where are my manners? You have all traveled so very far, and I've yet to pay my respects. Though in my defense, I was ill-prepared to receive so many uninvited guests. As such, preliminary entertainments were in order. A handful of tempered soldiers to hamper your progress. Refugees to command your attention while I siphon the ceruleum from the shadows. Particularly effective. Charitable souls that you are, you bent over backwards to aid them. Heedless of the delay, predictable to a fault, and so my plan approaches completion unhindered. Anima will soon have absorbed the requisite amount of ether, and then shall come the spectacle to end all spectacles. The eldest and most powerful of primals will awaken, and all shall bear witness to the final days.
Must be one hell of a headache.
The gods themselves will be my meal. Your dear companions my dessert. Upon this world I'll feast, and death shall follow in my wake. All your hate, all your rage, you will render unto me.
For upon thy life's reel wind too many threads of fate, power, wheel enmeshed with woe. More terrible still is the attrition wrought upon thy companions, as they are swept up in the storm of thine existence. Take heart and protect them well. They will be your strength and your salvation.
Thank goodness. He's awake.
That moment when you throw the sword, the amount of tension that's released from that. Is everyone all right?
Perfectly fine, yes. I hope the same can be said of you.
Everything in working order? That's a relief. Oh, and before I forget, thanks for coming to our rescue.
Given recent events, I would be surprised if you weren't feeling a bit poorly. A hearty meal and a long rest would be my recommendation under normal circumstances, but these are anything but. If Fandaniel's boasts are to be believed, we must act quickly. Once you've blown away the cobwebs, we can discuss preparations for our assault on the Tower of Babil.
Woo! Hell of a cutscene. Sorry I was silent for most of that, guys. It's just like, you know, I mean, there's just so much going on there. Let me see. Okay, good to glad to have you. Durian, good to see, glad to have you. All the enemies in this duty line of sight aggro? Yes, as far as I know. You may be able, they may have been in proximity to some extent. I love this duty. I also dread running it when I get my ult. Yeah, dread running on Swift. I like how it does show you how you're still able to overwhelm Imperials on a one-on-one while skill alone, but without your full kit, it's a lot closer and without any fitness either. Yeah, I mean, you barely make it, really. Yeah. Such a stunning narrative tool to hammer how powerless they are. It really does a great job of conveying to you how powerful the Warrior of Light is, how comparatively powerless everybody else is. It also, you'll notice that when you play as the other Scions, you're still stronger than when you were in that body, right? You had more skills and more power. It's really good for tension for that moment. It's just such a, it's so good because it does so, that scene serves so many functions in terms of like storytelling, mechanical and mechanical conveyance and character conveyance. And also just this feeling of defilement and anger, and it launches Fandaniel and Xenos back into the like forefront of the story incredibly powerfully, incredibly strongly, for sure. Mat check armor means you get moving. You fell on the keyboard while watching. Story-wise, they do make a point about how deadly Garlemald mat check is an AR. Some of the duty having it say to avoid mat check at all costs is we can't beat it on our current body is fitting. Yeah, definitely right. There's something so off-putting about how fluid the Tempered Imperials look. Yeah, they're like movements that are like, if you don't know where that animation from, it's the zombies in Karn, is where that animation comes from. At least it might be technically from 1.0 or something earlier. The earliest I can think of in A Realm Reborn is the zombies in Karn. They're like mummies. Yeah. PTD and Evan Anja, we're thankful for the experience here in dodging enemies. Yeah, Kane. Vandana's like, even an alien body fighting for his life, they still jump everywhere. You did so much quicker than I did on one attempt. Really, Oblivion. That's the first time. That's the second time I've ever done it. So I feel like we did pretty good. Occurs to me most of the Tempered Imperials have been hit with 2 waves of tempering. They are damn near feral, I bet. Yeah, a lot of them probably are. And we know there's possibly even more the waves that they've been hit by, as we see with the physically corrupted ones earlier. Did I go through that quick? I feel like I was kind of slow. I feel like that took 7 minutes because I think I had like 18 minutes left. I feel like I probably could have done it in 5. Maybe close to the body change. I feel like Anima is probably a more powerful than average primal considering it was fed Aether and is physically attached to the world. Yeah, Anima is probably is definitely a very powerful primal, I think it's fair to say. I forgot the Imperials protected us. Yeah, the Imperials stack on us and if those Garleans had not stacked on you, you would have died. It's important to remember. But Warflight was suffering going through this as a healer main while he kept his physical skills in shape. Magic is his bread and butter, no longer having it. Toughest at the moment, so yeah. This part was scary playing with controller and feeling the pulses. Oh, I hadn't even thought about that with the vibrations. That's crazy, Misago. Rag. Same. It's because we never give up. Honestly, as stressful as the solo duty was, the part was the bit that had me on the edge of my seat. Yeah, with the Xenos. Just shaking and put a puddle on my couch by the end. Oh my god, this is one of those gaming experiences that'll be with me the rest of my life. Which is good, right? You want something that's meaningfully that powerful. And the defilement, right? It's not your own body in the real world, sure, but this is your character. You've played as them. You have an intimate connection with them. You've occupied them, and to have that ripped away from you, it's powerful. So very not, yeah. I can't imagine the dread they all feel here. Major incident like this and the wave light goes missing. What if somehow got tempered? I don't think they would worry about us getting tempered, what with the Echo and Blessing of Light. I think they would have just thought we would have been pulled away as part of a trap or... No. Yeah, this whole scene. I was so relieved you still caught on. And then immediately filled with dread the second she second-guessed herself. Yeah, I love that Graha and Alice figured it. It's not like the, oh, it's definitely Warrior of Light. Let's give a hug. Everything's good. It's like, it's very quickly, it goes from, oh no, you're not you. I appreciate that. Umino! Good to see you, glad to have you. I love how it takes only one out-of-place expression and good boy Graha is like, that's not my inspiration. Exactly, Umino. Yeah. Thankfully, they piece it together soon enough. Scions are like, wait, Warrior didn't say Kupo when we asked them if they're okay. Hi, spoiler. Yeah, okay. Was certain someone who's going to die or be gravely injured by our hands, technically. I mean, lady, a lot of people were certain a Scion or two was going to die in some way in Endwalker, you know? So I think a lot of people were going in definitely with apprehensions. The body jacking was just a display of power and a momentary distraction, not the entire point. Not even really necessary, just a flex. Yeah, it was in Xenos' hope, it was like, well, maybe you'll learn from this like I did, so you'll be stronger for when we face each other. Yeah. Not just a flex. Xenos did one more thing to make the Warrior of Light as rage-filled as possible. Yeah, so that their contest would be even crazier. No, they just have Xenos' voice here for obvious reasons, yeah. But I like to imagine that the people in the scene are hearing both Xenos and the Warrior of Light's voice speak. It's possible. If you have a headache and you change bodies, do you still have a headache? You no longer have the same head. I would assume that if you did, you have a headache because of the process of Alice. I also love, so if you don't remember, in Alamigo, I think the second boss is Alice. It might be the first. I forget which boss it is for sure, but Aulus is the guy who helped Xenos with the Resident research, and you fight him as a boss, and he uses mind jacking and that technology throughout that. So, like, they established that idea beforehand and reused it way later. I just broke down on my couch and sobbed. That was the thing that got me most of all. Everyone being okay. That's the most I've heard Elio say it once ever. Also, I saw you guys making fun of Xenos possessing me and then becoming a lore YouTuber and sharing fanon. That was pretty funny. I couldn't react to it because I'm like, this moment's too serious. I can't. Creeper, good to see, glad to have you. Freshly fainted body now feels like it's been defiled by you. Very cool. Definitely won't traumatize him forever. I know Xenos is our best friend and all. Well, but sure, he sure can be high maintenance. Is it really you, Renowal? Kupo. Yep, it's him. Sounds good, Kiko. Enjoy your dinner. I really stopped breathing until after some point till the sword throw. So where's the host body and all? Did they just leave him in the snow? That's a good question. I guess they maybe did. The fact that it had no soul into it, to me, and the fact that our body did not house a soul means that they either extracted the soul and destroyed it, or they already created him they already found a way to make him an empty vessel of some kind. I had my Warrior of Light was sick to his stomach after that. That makes sense. This is definitely one of the Final Fantasy 14 Endwalker cutscenes. One of the scenes of all time. One other thing I just realized, they put you in a dead body. Yeah, that wouldn't be... It's possible. That would make a lot of sense that they put you in a dead body that they then healed and stitched up. I like to think that the damn thing was probably falling apart at the seams. Probably not. It probably was... Because the thing is, if it was dead enough that we couldn't occupy it, we probably weren't an Ashkin. Like, I would think that it would at least be put enough together for us to function. Just finished Endwalker a week ago. Really love it, but kind of sad it was so split in 2 parts and not so focused like Shadowbringers. You know, it's interesting you say that, Creeper, because I feel it is. Because a lot of people have that your sentiment. To me, I feel like to say that it's split into 2 parts is to ignore that those 2 parts have the same fundamental underlying themes, right? The underlying theme about Endwalker is about what it means to continue on in the face of what it means to keep going, to forge ahead in impossible situations in a world that is maybe unkind or cannot give you, or does not give you reasons to. And how do you forge a way forward? And that is all about what Charlian is about. That is all about what Thavnair is about. That is all about what Garlemald is about. That is all about what the future maps and content is about. So to me, while they're not all the exact same, to me, thematically, Endwalker is incredibly unified under one idea that it expresses in 1,000 different ways, but it is under, you know, it's the little things, under what it means to hold on to hope. When it's like, so I honestly, Stormblood to me is I think an example of a similar thing that's more dichotomous and also I think fails to unite its fundamental underlying themes all the way together in the end. I think Endwalker is like a better version in some ways, but I also think like Charlian is tied to maps 4, 5, and 6. Thavnair and Garlemald are tied into everything. So just sort of like this terrestrial and pseudo-terrestrial, I feel like those things are all interwoven. And it's still ultimately about Hydaelyn and Zodiark, and everything is leading to those elements. But the legacy of Garlemald is tied into Xenos, is tied into the Ascians. You can't contend with one without the other. So to me, I don't know, I would have found a version of 6.0 that was just about Garlemald, where all the maps were in Ilsabard, not necessarily as compelling as it is as a version that is more, all the thematic heart is the same, and we're coming to the climax of these bits of narrative that have been building up to this point, you know? But I respect that, like, definitely not the first time I've heard that. Could have closed the timer on my go. Oh, interesting, Oblivion. Okay, yeah, you were doing good. It took 22 minutes. I thought it was gonna fall all together. Okay, I started over once. I figured out what to do. Okay. I failed first time because I honestly forgot about the Magitech and all this for a second. I thought you just had to run until, like, the Magitech thing showed up. I was like, right. Okay, I see the thematical connections. I agree with you. But during my first play, it felt like Garlemald's story was cut short and the themes weren't visible at that point. Sure, fair. I can understand that. I think, in my mind, the reason why I don't want to say I'm more okay with that. I think the thing is that the crux is that you've dealt with the survivors, you've dealt with that element, and the only thing that's left for them at this moment is to figure out what's next for them, and that's the story to be told over a long period of time, which, you know, no spoilers, but the patch content for 6.x does, right? Whereas, like, there's still the primary threat going on here, so to immediately engage with that, and, like, the next steps have to be determined over months or years, right? Much more than they would be, we're gonna do this right now, this is our new form of government, this is our, you know, the same way with Alamigo during the 4.x stuff, right? You get Alamigo and that stuff isn't figured out at the end of 4.0. It's you know, they're for liberation, but the, like, politicking and that starts to become more in 4.x. And to an extent, same but true with Doma. You know, or even the Crystarium and Shadowbringers, you know, Yulmore finding his way forward is a whole part of 5.1, right? And so I see it more in that vein. But yeah. I failed. I think some NPCs here talk about what happened to the guy we possessed if we talk to them. Ooh, let's definitely do that then. I just assumed they found a dead Imperial, yeah. Xenos piloting Elio's body walks up to the Scions. Necromancer's good. Scions / Yeah, you got it here. Like, Xenos is over here just trying to... Oh, God. Curse you out, Umino. Walker seemed like a story about despair and depression, but in reality, it's a story about hope and not giving up. Well, and ultimately, Rag, right? It's both. The thing is, it's about both because it's not about hope it's about hope in the face of despair. It's about hope in and not giving up and continuing on in the face of those things, right? So that's an important element there. I will require a detailed report on what occurred whilst you were not yourself. For the contingent, of course. It can wait until later. However, for now, it's enough you've returned. The body that you were forced to inhabit turned cold and stiff the moment you returned to your own. Perhaps the soul it belonged to is long gone. So it's definitely either dead or at the very least they extracted the soul, which makes sense because otherwise that soul would have had to go somewhere because of how Alice's machine is. I mean, easily Fandaniel could have gotten rid of that or destroyed it. Let us pray it is so, for I doubt it would be better off in the care of Xenos or Fandaniel, and hopefully not consumed by Anima, though that would make sense. Thank the heavens you're you again. Gave me quite a fright. Are you certain that you've recovered? You mustn't push yourself, especially after an experience like that. Whatever that was, let's not do it again, eh? Full glad am I to see thee awake and restored to thine own flesh once more. Yes, 'tis still you. My apologies. I realized too late that the aether emanating from the tower was distorting my perception. It was likely a temporary effect, but I remain wary. No apologies necessary, least of all to me. If anything, there's a strange comfort in knowing I'm no longer the only one to have been used as a villain's puppet, though I pray you'll be the last. To me, Stormblood felt more connected to me at first because both stories are from the start of the same fight. Maybe that's why I like Stormblood most people. Totally creeper. And like, here's the thing. I think for a lot of 14, it's hard to argue that it's not at least good, but so much mileage may vary, and so much in 14, because it's so character-driven, is also reliant on whether or not it works for you, you know, too. Like, if something just doesn't work, even if it's executed brilliantly, if it doesn't work, the emotional impact doesn't land, you know, there's only so much you can do. I think there's some other good points further on in this. You need a comfort cookie? Oh, I'm sorry, lady. Hey, what's up, guys? It's your boy Elio for whatever you however you pronounce it. We're here to definitely prove that the Echo allows the Warrior of Light to see into the future. What up, bro? That's definitely how Xenos talks. Bad end fanfics about this particular duty segment of the game, which makes, yeah, surprising no one. Like we had a choice, Justinian. / cookie emote. Yeah, exactly, Rag. Xenos checked himself in the new body to make sure he was still packing. Well, yeah, but he remembers that he was possessed and feels shame over it, right, Kane? Also, Astriel, good to see you, glad to have you. You're certain you're well? Nothing out of place? No missing bits? Good, though I won't promise the same for Fandaniel and Xenos after I'm through with them. How much must these people suffer before they're satisfied? How many cruel, pointless tricks must they play? Prelude to final days or no, this ends now. V, are you here? Also remember, the Tower of the Babil has to do with being the gateway of the gods, and it's the gateway of the gods for reasons we're going to find out later. Are you well enough to make your report? Okay, just because we're probably getting close to Babil. Aw, Astro, I'm glad you find that comfort. This Anima was summoned with the corpse of Emperor Varys. Does the depravity know no bounds? So if you remember, you still saw a body part in a man's limb inside of Zot, right? So they cut up Varys and put his parts into the tower to extend the reach of Anima. Because he's a special kind of primal, partially because he is a being where everyone's faith in their icon of their emperor it's centered around that, right? It's kind of similar to like what Yotsuyu would have done, and similar to what Shiva or what Ysael did, but also kind of different at the same time. Partly because Varys is also dead, but also not because of how Anima is. It's the whole thing. It seems not. More to the point, we can surmise that a wave of aether issued not from the Tower of Babil, but from the primal lurking within. Dad, it's good to see you, glad to have you. A primal whose cry rang more loudly in your ears than others. If you were taken to the tower itself, then this proves beyond a shadow of a doubt that it is the beating heart of the Telophoroid's machinations. In which case, we have some highly relevant information. As many of you know, ever since we dispatched troops to free the Levieurs, we've been developing a plan to infiltrate the tower. According to Thancred and his scouts, the main structure is lousy with tempered and enemy match attack. Furthermore, the road leading to it has collapsed, making it difficult to approach in numbers. Thus do we propose dividing our forces into two parties, one to distract and one to infiltrate. The diversionary force will be comprised of the Ishgardian, Gridanian, and Leminson delegations. They will begin with the construction of bridges to make the Telophoroi believe we are marching upon the tower. Meanwhile, the best suited of our Alamegan, Ul'Dan, and Eastern comrades will use different method of ingress. Look here. The facility marked in red is the Enceladum, a vast magitech manufactory in ruins now, of course, but the freight tunnel connecting it to the erstwhile Imperial Palace remains intact. While the Telophoroi attention is elsewhere, our infiltration force can use to enter the tower undetected. Be aware, however, that the underground rail network remains very much operational. The Tempered are using it to bring supplies to the tower even now. If it can carry their materials, it can carry us too, providing we sneak aboard unseen. The Scions will lead the infiltration party. Once inside, you must locate and dispatch Vandaniel and Xenos. We'll save the Garleans and those who suffer in this world. I, Euless, and so many others have lost much to the Telophoroi. We shall ensure they lose no more. How quickly can we enact this plan? Vandaniel made it quite clear that haste is a priority. Of paramount concern, even assuming he didn't name the tower Babil on a whim. In Amon's time, it meant Gateway of the Gods. Xande used to refer to Void Gate, but in this case, it almost certainly alludes to something altogether greater. The eldest and most powerful of primals. All the more reason to act now. The rest of the contingent is aware of the plan and are ready to move at a moment's notice. You are to proceed north to Forum Patens. Lisa's group will meet you there. As ever, we're grateful for your foresight. This is the moment we've been waiting for. Spare no effort in your preparations. I'm confused how many limbs Varys had if they put a different limb in each tower. Well, I mean, they could have, it could be segments of limbs. So for instance, imagine that it was his lower leg, but they also had his thigh as a limb part, or that some towers had fingers, or that there was, if you have an arm, you could cut off the hand, cut off the forearm and the upper arm, you know? So I think it tracks. I think it makes enough sense. Yeah. V's getting it. Or maybe I have disturbed perception of the story through Garlean German text. Well, the Creeper, it's definitely true that the different localizations can affect perception for sure. I mean, the difference in characterization even for some of the characters between the French, the Japanese, the English. And I can't say I don't know how much for the German because I don't know as much about the German localization. But that definitely could affect it. Basically, Varys is dead, but also not fully, yeah. Unfortunately, as much as I would love to help with the level 83 trial, by the way, I have a writing that must get done, so I need to bounce. No worries, Kane. I hope you have a good one. Like how primal summoning works in this game, it could be a warning of letting faith get so rampant and destructive. Well, and also what you believe in matters. Or in absolute, also when it comes to, for instance, the Garleans, their absolute faith in their leader, despite their hatred for primals, you know, it's still faith, right? It's still absolute belief. It's still zealotry, right? At some point, zealotry is still what it is, whether it's a god, a person, a place. Varys was 100% a monster. He planned to use Black Rose, but even he didn't deserve to become Anima. Yep, I agree with that, Rag. No one deserves that fate. Cute of you to show us the map, Thancred. You know we have quest markers, right? I've always seen it as the dangers of blind fate. Yeah, nobody deserves that. Maybe Asahi. I feel like you kind of have, that's one of those things where you kind of have to come down on a nobody deserves that fate, or that fate is allowable. Frankly, with being turned into a monster like that. The amount of pain, the amount of suffering, the amount of desecration. Yeah, I gotta personally, I'll just have to draw my own line there saying that I think that no one deserves that fate. Also, I've been curious about this since Endwalker trailer. How come in the trailer it looks like the city is much larger than we see it now? Are we back of the tower? Are we at the back of the Tower of Babil or the front? So we are, if you look, this is the front of Garlemald, like Reggio Urbanissima, where like a bunch of people lived. But the city and the capital is here. There's still a bunch of city in here. And then there's also another section of the city on the south. The reason it looks bigger is purely because of angling and what they're showing from certain specific angles where you can look down and you can see into the Babil and the areas around it, which would be around here. The other thing is you get used to seeing Reggio Urbanissima as much smaller if you're in the air a lot, whereas if you're seeing it low down, it's actually quite big. There's a large portion of destroyed Garlemald out of the borders of the map, I think. Yes, yeah. There's this area, there's the area that would be here, and then there's also another area that would be up in here. One tower got his... Yeah, lady, I was trying not to make that joke, but definitely you have to wonder. We're not talking about the Tower of Foul. Something biggest dickus. It's ironic that a nation that hated primals would end up being consumed by their very patriotism. What could be more ironic? Least you catch. What about Baal? This is ready to cut glass if necessary. Yeah, wrong dress, Lise. Wrong dress. So I was wearing my cute woolly Highland wool clothes from the Garlemald to the dungeon, including Dread, Sister, and Xenos talking over my body. Garlemald was interesting. Yeah, I bet, Rag. I never put together that the pieces were there of the primal itself until last week. He might be one of those that have multiple arms or regrows. So here, why don't I pull up Anima from FF10 in case people aren't aware of it. So also, let me also explain what Anima is in terms of the original story. So Anima comes from, well, I mean, Anima like the soul is term for the soul, but Anima comes from a term called Anima Solis. I gotta pull this up so you guys can see it real quick. All right, I have this button. Okay. Or Anima Sola, I think it's, does this have the... Which has like multiple interpretations, but one of the common ones is, let's see. Sola woman. Let's see if yeah. So Anima Sola, not Anima Solis. I messed that up. But so the idea of the woman in chains burning in fire, right? Which in Final Fantasy X, the Anima, all Aeons are created from a person. And so let me see if the YouTube will refresh. Let me try refreshing it one more time. Yeah, still nothing. Oh, hey, now it's working. Sweet. So the person, Anima came from a woman. And that is also why it looks the way that it does. Like, she was a mother and a protector. And so that's why this is Anima, and it's a being that's wrapped in change and almost looks like it's suffering in fire. And if you look at the necklace, you can see it's also the crest of a woman in flames. So that's where like the idea for Anima comes from. And then in Tens, there's this similar idea. Here, let me see FFXIV art, because before Endwalker came out, they released this art. The chains are different that bind Anima. They're handcuffs that bind him, and the features are more masculine. Both the top and the bottom are different, a little bit different compared to how they are in 10. And there's aspects of the Garlean chain that are evoked in there. The lower section looks more like a crown. Looks even more like a crown, because of Varus. Let me see if I can pull up. Like this section on it. Pay attention to this section on the below part when we get into it. But there's some very like careful thought going into there that Anima's reuse is not random. It actually is really representative in some really tragic and beautiful ways. Elio, the way into the tunnel is clear. We've made sure of it. Frankly, I wish you had thought to bring a coat more than anything. Oh, I'll warm up when I throw a punch or two. Barely enough cloth to swaddle a newborn. Clearly you have spent too long around the feral dog of a thrall. Watch your tongue, fool, lest I feed it to the crows! We will see who is the fool when you freeze to death. Expect me not to warm your ill-prepared hide. These furs are for myself and my Nama alone. Should I be blessed to meet her this day. As if woman of worth would wish to be warmed by you, little son. Should we find such a warrior within, she will bask in my glorious flame. Gay. Stop, both of you. Save your fire for the enemy. As for extra furs, I have plenty to spare. As do we. Hello, everyone. All set for battle, I see? Yes, let us free of unnecessary encumbrances. If rather more susceptible to the cold, let us review our strategy. Quickly, if you don't mind. Pippin's group has gone ahead to the Enceladum. We are to meet them there. We wait until the tempered attention is drawn by our diversionary force, then we sneak into the train. Next stop, the Tower of Babil. If any attempered, included, are injured, we Zayla will tend to them. You Scions must press on no matter what. We should avoid moving as a group until we're underground, so we'll need to make our own ways to the Enceladum. See you there. God, it's hard to say. I think it's, if everybody else is, I'm going to remove my glamour. Oop. Oh, I'm gonna have to return to a safe place real quick, which will actually give me a second to talk to you guys, so that's perfectly fine. The one guy obsessed with trains and tracks summoned to the train and star rail. Yeah. There we go. It's okay, her love for Alamigo burns inside her and warms her outside. I mean, you're not totally off, Infinite. Elio, I might be a cinnamon roll, but I'm also a cinnamon roll. 10, look, 10 is my favorite single player for Final Fantasy game. We'll see if 16 is able to supplant it. I'll be surprised. I'm hopeful, but we'll see. Okay, so Anima's design makes sense a bit with all those chains and bondages. She was quite literally tied down to her son. Yeah. Well, yeah, her bound to her duty, but also bound to her, like, the one she cared for, the woman in flame, the idea of the feminine, the idea of being a protector for the realm to create the calm. Yeah. Anima is one of the most messed up summons in the series, as each summon is like ice, fire, lightning, eternal pain and suffering, water, wind. Yeah. I mean, literally when it does blast from its eyes and it cries blood. Gets mentioned in Wind Up Anima's journal entry. Yeah. I believe in literary archetype it's been since high school. Anima is the representation of the feminine, Animus the representation of the masculine. Yeah. So do you already have Serena calm down? I love the bi energy of those two. They're just fighting over one lover. Yeah. Time to board. Wait for it. A Garlemald Express. I've noticed some Scions have an eye icon tat, including Graha, before he was even a Scion. What's it mean? Do you mean the thing under their eyes? That's just for the Seekers of the Sun, Mikote. Glamour over slaving the world. Yeah, I thought the eye symbol was an old symbol for the Circle of Knowing, right? Group. Do you mean that? Because that's just being a seeker. That's just from being a Seeker of the Sun. And Yusholas, I think, has them because, yeah, Seeker of the Sun. I crave battle, not this insipid chatter. A glorious flame. Nay, I would have seen it were it so. The Scions are welcome to our spare furs as well. You might mention that to Eorzean. Just head north and you'll reach Enceladum soon. Who could possibly be cold at a time like this? My heart is pounding with anticipation. We'll stagger our departure so as not to raise suspicion. You go on ahead. Fear not. No serious wounds have gone untreated. nor will I stand for being left behind while the rest of you rush headlong into danger, so you needn't bother suggesting it. I think it's time I was off. If I look at Eorzean for one more moment, I'm liable to freeze solid. Gold. Nay, I feel nary a thing. Nary a thing. When I infiltrated the palace with Gaius, we took an entirely different route. Since then, the whole place has been reconstructed. It would appear that the path is no longer accessible. And you're 100% certain you're fit to fight? No odd specters haunting your wake? Nothing feels tingly? The eye tattoo on their bodies. So that's their Archon mark. Some of them also have Louis Sua's the Circle of Knowing tattoo. However, most of them have it on their clothing. Do any of them have it in a way that's visible? Well, I'm pretty sure what they're talking about is Circle of Knowing mark, because some of them do have a tattoo of it. No, that is their Archon mark. So this is not it. This is their Archon mark. This is the Circle of Knowing mark. Yeah. Archon mark, Circle of Knowing mark. This is for graduating from the studium, graduating from the studium is part of it. Basically for applying to become an Archon and becoming an Archon for Charlian, which is a whole process. This is for joining Louis Sua's Circle of Knowing, which would be people like Lise, Papalymo, Y'shtola, well, actually probably Yida, probably not Lise. Hers. It depends on the point in time in which she would have joined. Because no, she would have been around 5 years ago, so yeah, no, it would have been Yida then. Thancred, a couple other people are in the Circle of Knowing. We've actually never found out all of the members, weirdly enough. Thancred has on his coat. This one? That's not from the Circle of Knowing. Yeah, I don't think any of their new clothing has the Circle of Knowing on it anywhere. Moonbrita had it on her leg, yeah. I even forget that those are tattoos. They're always natural markings for me on the nose for males and on the cheeks for females, yeah. I still used to have it on her clothes, yeah. Eorzean's nipple could cut Garlemald glass in the cold. Lady was asking about that, was just clarified, but I think them. Yeah, cool. Her. Oh, so Graha was in the Circle of Knowing because he had it in the Crystal Tower. Yes, he would have been part of Louis Sua's Circle of Knowing to a greater or less extent. We're not entirely clear what all the members of it were, but it would have made sense that him and Rambros would have been part of it. The one row from the Crystal Tower quest, yeah, Rambros, yeah. Well done, we graduated. Now get our school mark tattooed onto your face forever. Well, I mean, remember, so like the twins are not Archons, however, they graduated from the studium, so there is a secondary component to it. Sid has one, but it's the Circle of Bow. Okay, wait. You know what? Give me a second. Sweet. Des, I don't get enough time to talk to you lately, so I want to send you I want to show you a meme. I need to show a meme that I saw recently that made me think of you, Des. Let me turn down the volume just a little bit, just in case. And now back to saving the world. The world can wait for memes. We'll have Rambros has mark on his bald head. Yeah, I mean, hey, it's a good place. My Chocobo going full ace combat. No, Des, you never need to feel guilty about that. I get overwhelmed and like, dude, I'm terrible at keeping in touch. You do not have to. And this is just, let this go out as a universal thing for everyone here. You do not have to keep in touch with me for me to think that you still care, you still like enjoy talking or discussing and stuff. Life gets busy. It's hard to give your energy all the time. No worries. whatsoever. Heaven knows I'm not always the best in myself. Chuchuto! Elio, we'll take up the rear so as to ensure you're not caught unawares. Trista will always have your back. Now go, finish the fight. You, Tancred, and the others go ahead. We'll make sure you are not pursued. And the fucking Thaumaturge's guild. Yeah, exactly, Rag. It's very normal. We all got busy lives. We all got a lot going on, and I am not someone who's like omnipresent in a lot of your guys' life in terms of like you got families, you got friends, you got other shit to do. You know? It happens. I assume being an Archon isn't necessary to be on the forum. That's a great question. There shouldn't be, no. No, I wouldn't say that being an Archon would be required to be on the forum, because it's a vote from the populace. As long as people sufficiently saw you as someone of worth and value and the right person to be on the forum, you should be able to be on the forum. The limiting factor should only be direct vote. I would say that it probably would help, as it's a huge mark of respect, but I don't know that it would be necessary. Oh, dude, if the mana cutter, yeah, that would be pretty cool, Des. If anyone has an Archon tramp stamp, it's forced to know. Well, that's stuck in my mind. Sweet, smile, sister, sadistic, surprise, service, sloppy. Friendly reminder that all you have to do is pay $1 and you get access to Archon, where you get access to all sorts of fun emotes like Deadpool, Ray Ray's band, Ray Ray ranking with a heart, Issa saying no, me being comfy, Naniri saying yes, Gobble doing a Gobble Burns, me being hype, Graha being excited, Gay Bulge, and a sexy shirtless Eorzean. With all that said, continuing on. Hail, it's good to see you, Elio. We heard that you had collapsed, but we were given only the most cursory explanation. I'm glad you've recovered, and quickly enough to take part in the operation at that. As you will have heard, we've secured the way in. Some few are to remain behind to keep your escape route clear. Our comrade from Lente's Tears will lead the way to the station. I'll join you soon. I mean, Fortunato's Archon Mark is the only one we know of that we haven't actually seen. Do we know he's an Archon? I mean, he's definitely an Archon. Someone must have referred to it that way. Yeah, Archon, Fortunato. Yeah. Yes, someone must have remembered. Archon Louis Fall, Archon. Yeah, we don't know where it is, but then again, he's very covered up. So tramp stamp would work. Just big and blazoned on his chest. So that's a great point about Cryle. Trying to think, do we see her neck at any point without her coat? No, we don't really. Turns out Kryle's is just in her ribbon. Give me one quick uno momento, por favor. Okay. The station is right this way. Tread lightly now. Are we allowed to go back in here after this? I don't think we are. Also, it's surprising that it lets us go in here and that doesn't just have it say, like, Tower of Babel now accessible. Yeah, I thought so too, Light. I'm trying to remember when, though. This is everyone. Consider the enemy well and truly distracted. Time to go. Our primary objective is, of course, the Lawfroy's leaders, but should we be presented with an opportunity to vanquish Anima, we must seize it. If it is indeed the force behind the towers, destroying it would deliver our allies from the Telophoroid's reign of terror. And I, for one, would not see the Garlean people manipulated any longer, be it by Primal, Ascian, or anyone else. Here, here. There's been enough of that. We came to help the people of Garlemald, and that's what we're going to do. Together. Till the very end. Those things are not mutually exclusive, Tracy. Like, for instance, Graha is technically also a member of the Students of Eorzean, but is also has an Archon mark. The train should be along any moment now. Prepare to board, everyone. They do say Archon Fortunel Levier at some point. I swear to God. Tower of Babil, now accessible. And looking at the text, it doesn't look like they say Archon Fortunel anywhere, but it may be that my thing is not working perfectly. Thank you, V. Okay, guys, we ready? Double Reaper. This will be interesting. Oh, that's raids. That's what I was... Yeah, Kral's definitely an Archon. It's just a question of where her tattoo is. And typically, because of how close localization works, if the character's named an Archon like that in one, you can assume it's definitely true for others. The Tower of Babil. Yeah, Archon Kral is not popping up, so I think it's obviously, I think my search terms are just bad.
Now or never.
Well, I'm sad. I don't know how many of you guys have ever watched the benchmark test for Endwalker. That was cool as hell, and I wish that something like that could have happened too in Garlemald, that like everyone charging the city together. But this is pretty close. Train threat before we arrive, or things are gonna get... we better clear the train of threats before we arrive, or things are gonna get real nasty. I didn't realize that it was cold. What is it? White snow, black. There's the nighttime and the daytime one. The daytime one's like white something, and the nighttime one is black something. This is the map theme, just like everything else that we've been learning from the music streams we've been doing. I now hear it. We're slowing down. Our destination must be close. Look, captives! Help me free them. You may leave them in our care. Doing great, guys. Let's keep it up. A moment of reprieve. From here onwards, we should split into 3 groups to divide their attention. My beautiful little boy will keep your tower free of you vermin. Ouch! What are you doing, you foolish boy? The vermin are over there. For those of you who don't know, this is a FF4 reference. Oh right, I don't have my shortcut set up on this. Wait, are you guys all dressed up as... Oh my god, I love you guys so much. I just realized you guys are all dressed up as adders and maelstorms. I got Yamauchi. Friendly reminder, when you are rezzed, you have a couple seconds of invincibility so long as you do not use an attack. You didn't do anything, bro. You didn't do anything wrong with that, Brooke. I just like reminding people because I didn't know that for like a year into playing the game. Lightning, yep. Good job, guys. The Ironman's contraptions were no match for the sun. Ray, good to see, glad to have you. Yes, as long as you can move, you just can't sprint. What could they possibly need such an enormous lift for? You just can't sprint or use any abilities. Look at you guys. Love it. Enemies? Here! I definitely read that as Baby Predator for a second instead of Babil Predator. Now, I wonder how hard though going through the whole game without a UI would be, other than like NPC text. Sounds kind of fun. Don't forget to apply your Reaper buff. And you can remember, the Reaper buff can be applied in AoE as well. Actually, I don't know. Do you know? Maybe, I wonder if you don't have it at this level or something too. Perfect. Beautiful. Phantasmagorical. I swap between the enemies and I see it upon both. I ruin their nights. I stab them in the stomach. I see the ether flames bleed from their metally goodness. I have no idea what the fuck I'm saying. How do you kill that which has no life? Multiple stabs. Creeper, I am a tank main. Why? So our passive first. Let's get us first. It's because I'm not using all of my mitigation at all times. But no, I am literally tanking is almost the only thing I do, really. Do we need that? Yeah. I'm saving Bulwark in case we have issues with or other things. And it also just doesn't necessarily make that big of a difference because we have passive healing that comes from, and barriers that come from Ast. I'm basically just not overusing the mitigation just because it won't make much of a difference. My armor's high enough that even if Yamauchi stopped healing, I could just pop it and I'll either use... I'm also using the arm's length and other stuff. Can't pin down why. Maybe it's just because I just like playing Paladin dungeons and I'm not used to it that much. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not using as much mitigation as I would use as rapidly. Yeah, I'll teach you to understand my genius. But it's mainly that I just don't need to. Like, I basically, I can hold Bulwark in case we need it for a panic, because, for instance, let's say we're doing a boss and we lose Yamauchi or we lose Raven and Brook. I can have a backup, and I'm more worried about that than I am necessarily having perfect rotation on it for normal dungeons, especially at 83 rather than 90. Honestly, really making sure we can max the damage is the big thing, and if I was seeing my health drop to like 20,000 or lower, then I'd start worrying about using it more regularly. Look at that pace of fear. Also because usually I'm always sweaty and it tends to upset people when I get sweaty, so I'm just trying to mostly just worry about having fun. My bigger concern is making sure I use Veil and stuff like that at the right time. The other thing is, like, for instance, when you want to hold Sheltron to make sure that you use it for attack, like heavier attacks, because of that 4 seconds. Better to hold it rather than just immediately spend it always. Lord Xenos put me in charge for a reason. I'll have your heads. Honestly, that makes me really sad to hear you say that, though, because literally, like, pretty much the only thing I love doing is tanking. I guess I will just pay more attention then. Oh yeah, you don't. Yeah, don't you. So for instance, there are lots and lots of times that it is beneficial to hold on to a mitigation. Remember, as a tank, your goal is not to reduce maximum damage. It is to decrease the amount that your healer needs to heal you. If your healer does not need to heal you, and your mitigation is enough, and you know there's, for instance, maybe a bigger pull or emergency situation later, it is better to hold on to it. Like, optimal in a world in which you are coordinating with your healer and you're not worried about anyone dying or like going down is very different to like, okay, planning ahead for. I mean, also the other thing is that like most people don't even use arm's length anyways. Curses, you may have bested me, but you're no match for Lord Xenos. I think Bulwark is a good example, also because Bulwark's relatively new, so the thing is I can get away without using it perfectly fine, because there's the sustain that would have been given to me by Fight or Flight, not Fight or Flight, but the Confiteor combo earlier is... Go! I shall deal with these whelps! Yeah, you don't usually want... So, the other thing is you never want to use all mids at the same time. I don't think that's what Creeper was saying, but you never want to overlap, almost never want to overlap mitigation, because it's multiplicative, it's not additive. So for instance, if you use Sentinel and Rampart, it's not 50%. It's better to always have at least one mitigation up than it is to overlay two of them. So for instance, if you're blocking a big attack, it's still better to only throw up like Sentinel and then something like Veil or Holy Sheltron. 1 minute reserve for tank busters pretty much, and then alternate the rest of them throughout the fight. Yeah. And the thing is, once you get to a point where you know the fight incredibly well, oh my god. Ugh. That's some evil looking. But this area coming up next, for instance, like I would want to make sure that I'd have everything on cooldown because there's going to be some big ass pulls. Or if I needed to buy Yamauchi time later because someone went down. That's like why I keep Bulwark around a lot of times for dungeons. It also depends. If my healer's struggling from the get-go, I'll make sure to use it a lot more often. The other thing is you can, so like if you are a paladin in specific, although pretty much all the tanks can do this, though it's more technical with the others, you can use your invul. If you use it on the second pull of a dungeon, you can also use it on the second to last or final pull of a dungeon. Now, for it doesn't really do a whole lot when it comes to, it doesn't save a lot when it comes to dealing with the most others other than Paladin, because like Dark Knight you'd still have to die, so it doesn't do you much good. Other than I guess the heal. Although it's still even proc unless you've died. Whereas, yeah, the Paladin just gets the free invul, which is nice. I also don't know, like, to be fair, even if I wasn't perfectly using all mitigation, I feel like the amount that I'm pulling and able to even do rotation would not imply that I don't do a lot of tanking. Ah, that was the wrong button. Embalming, because why not here? The one thing I know I shouldn't, claiming myself a lot on bigger pulls. Yeah, you really should. If you're doing that, the healer's doing something wrong, or you're not using your mitigation properly. Those are the two possibilities. So this is a good example. So like, this is going long because our DPS is a little bit low, I'm assuming. This would be, but I don't no longer have mitigation because I've been using all of them. Instead of being stuck at perpetual full, I could have had one of those up in case I needed to use it because the fight was taking extra long. Low DPS is another reason to sometimes hold on to extra mitigation and not to overlap them at all, because the fight may go longer than you expect, and it's better to have an extra like a bulwark or something than it is to take the time to throw in a clemency. The Iron Womb. Yeah, I mean, that works for warrior, right, Creeper? Yeah, with bloodwebbing. Icon of Icons. Anima. Holy Ground. Holy Ground. I'm assuming that's a name for it. Your names are named differently. Well, we can talk about it after. So you'll see he's got the cuffs, so he's a little bit different in design. And then when we go below, and you know, and eyes along the arms. Chains of Garlemald. So like that's a good example right there, right? Like I'm taking autos, but those autos are easy enough to heal with general, like the overheals of the passive attack, right? Oh fuck. So like wasting Sentinel on that wouldn't gain you anything. You know, just having Yamauchi's aspected Helios would have been enough. Instead, I get to save it for when I need it. And again, I'm also streaming and not trying to necessarily min-max. A horrific roar tears at the fabric of reality. So you see, it has almost its headdress looks more crown-like. Wails of lamentation call forth chaotic energy. Like, now's a good example. Keep it up, Brooke, I'll keep you covered. Cool. We got this, Brooke. Let's do it. Limit break at will. Anima begins feeding on the souls. So those all pods all contain people. Okay. Just me and you. I wonder how long this is gonna go. Okay, if you guys want me to try it, we'll see if we can do it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. This gives me a good moment. Pattern's gonna keep, and this is gonna be easy enough. Just gonna make sure I manage everything well. I would like to point out this time, this is always why if a paladin resets rather than trying to solo the dungeon, you should potentially thank them, because they can just do this sort of shit. On the bright side, by the end of this, I should know this fight pretty well. Bad that I got Requiescat and Goring Blade thrown off from each other, but that's fine. Come on, come on. We'll like Requiescat. Let's get the mana back, and then we can also... You know what? Let's just use the heal. Pull the heal off of that so we don't have to use Clemency. Nope, different one this time. Damn. I have to be more careful for a little bit. Still have an invuln I can use. Fakes me out, you motherfucker. Do it all the same one time and then finally flip it up. Let's get the heal. Resources, just in case. Let's use the invuln there, buy us some extra time to refill everything. Got you. Boom. Oh. Woo, we got there eventually. Glory, glory, glory be. Oh, thanks for bearing with me on that one, guys. Good job, everybody. All of you guys rest together. Oh, hey, look, the Anima minion. If you guys don't mind, could I grab the Anima? I actually do really want that minion. I really like it. I will try not to ask to grab things in general. Thanks, Creeper. Yeah. It feels great. It's one of those difficult things where it's like, if I was doing this with strangers, I would have reset because I don't want to make other people wait like that. Like, just because you're capable of doing it doesn't mean you want to make. But for story, I think it's a good enough time as Eddie to do it. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. You're right. Actually, let's get a photo. Let's get a photo. Slash sit and then stand. Because it just resets your emotes. Oh, actually, you know what? I don't have beam on, so let me put that back on. Self and then PCs. There we go. Sweet. Let me throw that up on the Discord real quick. And sweet. Great job, guys. Great job. Thanks for joining in. V.
Farewell, Varus. May the gods have mercy on your soul.
I love that Alfino, at least, at the very least, can say that.
Come. The other two await.
Thanks for your guys' support. All y'all. Appreciate you guys hanging around for that. So, how many of you guys have heard of the Doctor? The Dr. Octagonopus. Because we're about to be a fire in our lasers.
This madness ends here.
Oh, hush. This is the best part.
Why must you be such a theater kid, Amon?
Oh, mighty Zodiac! Awaken from your slumber and descend!
I gotta say, who here was expecting a giant space laser cannon? Because I sure wasn't when I got to this point.
Some manner of magical defense?
It's funny. I remember thinking the Gateway of the Gods might be a portal to the 13th. It was a little bit early for that joke, for that idea.
Well, but how?
The shackles that bind my adversary will not be so easily broken.
Hydaelyn, feeble relic of a forgotten age. Hark, victory is mine.
So no, he's shoot right now. This is a laser. So what he is firing is a laser that is meant to break it. There is also a gateway. Water, ice, earth. All that remains is wind.
No more ether. And I was so close. My lord, a slight change of plans. We shall travel to the moon and break this wretched barrier ourselves.
Whatever it takes.
What was that?
The final order issued by Anima to the Tempered Thrones. Should the Empire fall, the world must share her fate.
Of course. Father lacked the conviction to give such a command. The abomination born of his flesh was but a puppet, and I the puppeteer.
You madman, you monster!
There's a funny joy in watching your flailing attempts to fight the inevitable. You're all going to die, and they're powerless to prevent it. really must be on our way. You're welcome to give chase, provided you are content to leave comrade and tempered alike to die screaming.
Using our compassion against us, yet time and time again. God, he drinks those. Yeah, he really does, lady. Percy Chan, good to see, glad to have you. That's an interesting point, Percy. I hadn't considered that. Yeah, with his native element.
I have asked too much of this child. Tend to her. The last brand at Mare Lamentorum is yet unbroken. Zodiac remains bound. I have shifted the flow of ether and sent the enemy far from their destination. Now, I shall divert it once more. An ally awaits, and I will deliver you unto him.
And that's the gate.
Seek his aid. Restore the seal. Zodiac must not be set free.
I think her point is we're all her children, Rag. Yeah, exactly, Creeper. Yeah, you got it.
The Tempered are running wild.
And Daniel gets...
Not only those at the tower, but those back at the camp. The others are doing their best to contain them, but the situation is growing beyond our control.
Leave them to die or give up the chase. Just like Fandaniel said.
I'm the one Xenos wants. Garlemald's fate is in your hands.
You're going alone? You have our trust and our faith. I pray we have yours. Our friends in the Tempered need our help. We will save as many as we can, I swear.
Once we have matters well in hand, we'll join you on the moon. Until then, be careful. There's no telling what you'll find.
To the moon, guys. To the moon. Yeah, I can only imagine. To the moon! I hope I can breathe there. Yeah. I do love that they established canonically that the moon, it definitely has atmosphere way, like, ahead of time. But the, yeah, I can imagine a short story of, like, Fandaniel and Xenos, like, having to talk as they walk to Mare Lamentorum. She has channeled a dangerous amount of ether, and that's to say nothing of the teleportation magic she must have used to get here. Yet Krile and Hydaelyn both were clearly willing to take the risk. Fear not, for Krile, go forth and return, I prithee. We're moving out to rendezvous. What is the remainder of the contingent? We'll leave with everything here to us. Stand there for a moment. Just a moment. Please. I pray for good luck. Now you can't possibly fail. We've no time for worrying over what's done. Let's go. As I suspected. Graha here over here theorizing about what the gate of the way to the gods was. If all of the tempted are afflicted, Ulyss and his comrades likely to put up quite the struggle. We'll find a way to save them. We must. I only pray we are not too late. In the meantime, may the 12 carry you to victory. The moon is cheese, so yum. That was a sentence Thankerin never thought he'd say. Yeah, just don't lick it. Wait, can't both Fandaniel and Xenos teleport? It was shown for both and not even for a lit of Xenos, just Xenos. So there's a couple of things that could be going on there. One of which is that yes, but they still don't necessarily know where they need to physically transpose themselves to. It could be a byproduct of the moon's aether is way different than the source's aether. They're actually, I swear, I think we had a conversation about this while doing Hildebrand. I think there's actually someone who explains why they couldn't. We're gonna get back to it. But yeah, I mean, there's some reasons that maybe not. Do you think the teleport people charged Krile to teleport to Garlemald regardless if Hydaelyn was in control or not? Yeah, I think somehow she was okay to use the Aetherite. Yeah, right. Do not endorse eating moon rocks. I'm already attuned to moon Aetherite, so I'll meet you there. Visited during one bot's Dragoon jump. A trip to the moon. My apologies, I was lost in thought. This device is of Allegan design, which leads me to think I was right about Fandaniel. No matter what he claims, he still has an attachment to the trappings of his past. He's still trapped. Think about it. Amon still has a connection to Xande too. For all he's a nihilist, for all he wants to utter oblivion and destruction for everything, he still is connected to his home. He can't fully let it go. Worth remembering for something later. Whether knowing this will make your path forward clearer, I cannot say, but bear it in mind. But let's just turn to the task at hand. As Hydaelyn said, the flow of Aether will transport you to Mare Lamentorum. We must hope this ally of hers can provide you with the necessary assistance to restore the seal before Xenos and Fandaniel arrive to stop you. It seems we are ever one step behind, but I have faith that you'll make up the difference. Know that whatever awaits, our prayers are with you. Now go, beyond the sky. Y'all have the same addictions, I swear. Can I get in a chat? Can I get to the moon? To the moon, chat. To the moon. Time for Emmett to roast another location.
Long before Garlemald was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, savior of the star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
What a line. I love Mare Lamentorum's music. You with me. Hydaelyn's champion. Theories, good to see you, glad to have ya. Sam, good to see you, glad to have ya. Yeah. I love, what is it? One step for man, one leap for mankind. What is, I forget that it has a name. Oh hey, perfect timing. Guess what's up in the moon, up on Aetheris? That's Mericidia down there. So this is Othard up here. But if you look down here, that is Mericidia. So there's, you'll notice there's like this, it's almost like Australian shaped, and then there's also this island over here. This is theoretically where 7.0 might be. One small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Yeah. If I had a Gil for every extremely powerful primal imprisoned in an Aetheris moon, I'd have 2 Gil, which isn't much, but it's weird that it happened twice. Agreed, Infinite. Which makes my NASA nerd heart happy. Well, and the fact that it's called like Amare, Sinus Lacrimarium, or Mare Lamentorum, the Sea of Lament. Moon landing and round planet? Can't believe this game. Also, here the planet is synced with the in-game clock and you can see the lands we haven't been. Oh yeah, so, here, you know what? Give me. If you look up the day in the month it is affects where the light is. So you can see this is Mericidia, which we have not been to. That's Thavnair. That's Othard. That's Ilsabard. That's Eorzea. So that's Vilbrand with Limsa, you know, Thanelin down here. Ishgard and Dravania and Korthus. And then that is the New World. The New World is absolutely enormous. The New World is bigger than the 3 great continents combined. Or about the same, actually. And then Mericidia is about the size, is even maybe a little bigger than Eorzea. So it's also very, very large. And then there's Hingashi. This, and that's this last scene. That's everything. Yeah. What are you hiding, Yoshibi? Well, I think it's just to allow them a lot of opportunity to define it however they want to define it, right? Same way that you can't see beyond the north of Ilsabard, so we don't know what's beyond the Blind Frost. We don't know what's on the southern pole either. I think there's a lot in the way of... There's definitely a lot of good reasons why they've kind of cloud covered it. I think it gives them a lot of opportunity to define the geography later when there's no reason to predefine it so heavily now. I returned. I must return. Why? Rod in time, cooling swiftly, bleeding light, smoldering softly, biding time, marching forward and left behind. If you land on the moon, it's cheaper than Chilborn. If it spans so quick, I've been flung into space. My second favorite moon is the moon in Destiny 2, which is the moon nearly hauled out by, yep. AC, good to see you, glad to have you. Yeah, usually I would not use my powers to do such things, but I do think that the one time I'm okay with is that planet, because I think explaining that and showing that to you guys, I think is really worth it, and it's much easier to communicate that. Home. I want. I need. You mustn't touched. In cerulean halls, find me. Those wandering ancient souls are the Zodiarch. Yeah, left without a uniting factor in Elidibus' absence imprisoned here. Yep. They're essentially the will of Zodiarch bleeding out onto the surface of Mare Lamentorum. Also, because we won't get a chance to look at it very often later, I do want to look real quick. Yeah, we got plenty of time to do that cutscene. Ancient voices make me so happy, yeah. The distorted. Is the moon in a fixed position rather than a moving satellite then? It orbits the Earth, or the Aetheris. It does orbit it. Like, you can see it move in the sky over Aetheris. So it is definitely caught, it is in some kind of geostation, or, you know, orbit. Yeah, for a higher view. I just wanted to see it from here first and foremost. Because I know we'll get another view and a lot better view later, but I just love Mare. I love Mare, and I love that, like, Mare is in a sense a very, very thin and limited map, right? Like, it doesn't have a ton going on in it. In a sense of, like, things to see and go to. But at the same time, what's here is just beautiful and tragic and delicious. It's tidally locked. Yeah, it should be. So here's the thing, and I've talked to Chris with this about this a bit. Because the metaphysics in this game are different, for instance, seasons not necessarily following a prescribed, like, yearly place and position around the star, the sun of the Theris. it's hard to say every aspect that is a condition of the world based on principles of our physics versus the principles of physics as they may operate in 14. What I mean by that is, for instance, tidal movement may be a byproduct of aetherology rather than gravity. I don't know that that's the case. It's probably not the case, but we don't know, you know. This makes the planet appear at the same spot in the sky, just like in real life. Yeah. It's only one side that faces the planet at any given time, just like our moon. Yeah. So Tower of Babil can target moon even if not directed overhead or need to be imperfectly timed. Yeah, that's a really interesting point. That's a really interesting point. I assume there's some wiggle room, but maybe the time of day would be actually somewhat relevant. Because if it's on, obviously they're facing, you know, they're on opposite sides of the world. That's you know, if it was over Othard, right, then that'd be a bit of a problem. Yukio, good to see you, glad to have you. Aetheris is probably geocentric as well. It might be, but other stars in other galaxies might also kind of push back. Like, that's the thing is, with the lore, you can make educated guesses, but sometimes it's worth remembering that what seems like obvious and easy base assumptions may not always function the same. Geocentric orbit with the planet. Yeah, it probably is. I'm pretty sure too, but that it's always worth remembering there's a difference between pretty sure versus explicitly confirmed. I love Amaritine designs. That's interesting. We see the pillar just like that in, or very similar to it in a Niter. Creeper, I have a propensity to react seriously to things that people say jokingly. I'm sure if you stick around a while, you'll notice it come up a couple times. No steps echo through this looming spire, save your own, but you nevertheless sense a presence above. Distant, here at the crossroad, recognition, tomorrow's come too soon. I know, I think all of you guys probably knows this by now, but To the Edge, the musical theme that you fight the Warrior of Light, Elidibus, to in 5.3 is just the Amaritine theme, but with lyrics. V or Ray Ray, is one of you guys around? If any of you guys have already played Endwalker or are curious about who the Watcher is, we have a short story reading and performance thing that we did that you're more than welcome to watch as an explanation. Do you mind just linking that real quick? Would an ass be stronger casting their magic from the moon? There's kind of an implication that proximity is not the root need. I wouldn't think that it would make much difference, no. Because, like, Conjury isn't a bajillion times more powerful than astrology just because you're using Aether from a star that's closer, right? Does one small step have lyrics? No, it's nonsense words. They are not real words. But they are supposed to evoke the feeling of words. Yeah, exactly, Infinite. You can't, yeah. What are your thoughts on what Xeno's actions till now? For some reason, the body switching sign made me feel sick and cross. I mean, I guess I would say he's done many actions that cross the line. I don't know that that changes anything. That's exactly what I expect from him. He's a hedonist. I pity him. He is exactly what he is. And he knows what he is. I don't think it changes the amount that I still pity him. I think it's just, to me, he's tragic because he just didn't have to, it didn't have to be this way. Thank you, V. Apologies, I have been preoccupied for quite some time and am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Hydaelyn, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast. Zodiarch himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Hydaelyn, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many. And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiarch, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action, the shackles that hold him nearly shattered. 6 locks to his jail, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiarch forevermore. 5 were destroyed by his would-be liberator. 1 of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Souls sacrificed to summon Zodiarch, their manifestations, consequences of the waning seal. They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. I'm wary, but if it is necessary to keep Zodiarch contained, then I will aid you. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive 1,000 answers. I offer none. I am the watcher and the jailer. I am not the judge. Know this, Hydaelyn commands the force of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiarch remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go, meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. Yeah, but you could say each tentacle is part of that, or any number of things, or maybe there's also another entire aspect to MAC, so yeah. Xenos is amoral and a hedonist and just has nothing to live for and can't feel, and just wants to feel. He's not insane. He knows what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing. We have a comment later on that will make, like, he's completely sound in terms of, like, knowing what he's doing. Yeah, he's definitely not insane. I guess the problem, Creeper, we can't talk about it now, but so let's not go into it, but I would just say you can't walk away from that because you allow what is happening now could happen again. Like, one way or another, that confrontation has to happen. It's interesting to me how we see every ancient we see summoned, both Hydaelyn in the Watcher and Emma in Water Emerald, are very similar. It shows how little ancients cared about looks. Oh, see, I see. So that to me is more of a byproduct of not being able to summon them in their entirety. I think part of it, I think that's fair that, you know, their masks, it's not even just didn't care about looks, it's that they valued trying to see each other as equals in terms of the star. But from a lore perspective, I also saw that as more like because they're only shades of themselves. They're not the whole person. They can't bring the whole person to bear. That's not their power. Astrologian doesn't draw on the power of the planet, though. Isn't that more of Geomancer? Well, Astrologian draws on the power of the stars, though. Just not our star. It just draws the power from the stars from without, whereas Geomancer draws from the stars beneath their feet. Their souls look like that, too, so maybe it's just their version of bedsheet ghosts. Yeah. The ancients had their true forms, but they consider it rude. Yeah, we'll get all to that later. I'm not really sure Sundering straight up dismembered him. He might be like an image that got random parts of it cut and pasted on another layer. Yeah, I would always remind people that the Sundering and Unsunder and like rejoinings don't, like every example we get of them does not seem to be a linear process. And even just that fight with our being put into a different body, right? Shows you that your physical corporeal form matters a lot. Just because a soul, just because Arbert's soul rejoined to ours doesn't mean that we got a ton more strong, right? It's not the same thing as our body physically having more. The ancients don't evaluate based on their appearance. We'll get to that later. There's specific comments that kind of imply otherwise. That it's not that they don't value individuality. It's that they hold it as an ideal to see each other as equal. And that's different than no one valuing or desiring a sense of individualism. To me, anyways. You must confront those lost souls, yes, but you need not expel them by might of arms. A feather touch, a firm word. Simple methods may send them away, faint echoes as they are. Wear the strength of sentiment that drives them, however, emotions that do not fade, even with the passage of centuries. And make haste, though yet distant, unwelcome guests draw closer. And that's actually about time so we're probably going to go ahead and start calling it there, because there is a lot of fun and interesting stuff that we got going on tomorrow. And if you want to join for it, make sure to be around for it. We can answer questions for a bit before we call it out here. But yeah. You know, at least one of our reflection charges canonically spend all day in gold saucering, glamoring, and role-playing and fusing with them won't give us power, but will give us style. If there's a gold saucer on there, it's shard. Doesn't the constellation of the stars also make etheric patterns that grant power to the ass that draw on them, like bowl, arrow, spear? Yeah, there's a whole thing with manipulation that has to do with that, but part of it's the constellation itself, and this seems to be the pattern of stars affect are part of like the not the geomantic in terms of geomancer, but like the geometry. It's kind of like how Arcanist fundamentally works through geometries, and they draw on that also to interpret the coming events. Yeah. Doesn't the Sundering also mean that there's still a Zodiark on the moons with the reflections? So if Zodiark were to be killed on the source, it would kill all the shards on everywhere else. There are specific lines that tell us that in both 6.0 and 6.x. So the destruction of him here, the destruction of him on the source means his utter defeat. Zodiark cannot come back, it's over. If Zodiark dies, the Ancient's plan goes with it. If the source shard of him does. It puts stock in individually through other means, yeah. I would just say, to say that they didn't value it at all, I think it would ignore side quests, Pandemonium. I think there's a lot of things that shows that some of them very much did. But that didn't mean that there wasn't the ideal for their community. The same way that we cannot, your culture can value an ideal doesn't necessarily mean everyone lives up to it or abides by it. I'm curious if there's a planet near the star the ass pulls from watching the star go haywire. Curious if there's a planet near the star, the ass pulls. Well, it's not just a star, it's constellations, partly. And the constellations very well could be planets themselves. And they wouldn't necessarily be like, it's not like a mass amount of aether necessarily. Guess I missed that, or they got cheated by those cheeky German translators. It could be. Creeper, if you're interested where it is in 6.0, it is in the Crystal Tower scene. That one that's about later on from here. And then in 6.x, the most explicit place for it is the most recent patch. Oriange is an absolute Chad adopting ass in a world where you can't see stars. That's... Wow, I hadn't really considered that. That's actually a really interesting point. That actually is really amazing. /T. Okay. They say if the source dies, so does all the shards. Does that include individuals like we die? Like if we died, would Arbert have died? No. It's not connected like that. So they're separate individual beings. The thing is that the source has a fundamental link to all the reflections. If the source dies, it would be kind of like, imagine you have a river, right? That's fed by a lake. if you dried up the lake, the river would die. Make sense? Same concept. Even though the river can be a distinct entity from the lake, as long as it's filled by it. Ray Ray. I'm just gonna enjoy the Mari Lamatorum music for a little bit and talk to you guys, just because we got a little bit of time. Isn't the Ath Limit Break 3 astral stasis an oxymoron? No, because you're conflating astrality in terms of the elemental alignment of change versus astral in terms of the stars. Because those can be, it's more that it's astral stasis. It's the stars in stasis. It's the stars pause and their discernment is fixed and clear and the aether is drawn in specific. Actually, you know what? We can actually pull up. In fact, EE1 will tell us more in specific about them, about that, the magical process of it. Astral stasis. By throwing wide the gate to the seventh heavens, the highest of the astral domains, the astrologian favors the battlefield with celestial benediction. This technique is said to hold the power to skew one's fate towards an almost certain victory. Important, said to. But yeah. If you want more information on that, there's a lot that you can find out about the arcanas and that in EE1, as well as obviously from the astrologian quests. Throw wide the gates, yeah. Wait, is Ray Ray min height? I think. I don't know. Are you min height, Ray Ray? It's not about individual, it's only about the source itself, and it will, yeah. And it's will. Well, it's not in terms of original source understanding of the poles. Yeah. All you need to understand in terms of the poles... Here, actually. There is the astral and the umbral and the 6 elements. Astrality means change. Umbral means passivity. Umbral is associated with light. So, light is inherently leans towards umbrality. However, umbral and light are 2 different things. So something can be light, but just because something's light does not necessarily mean it inherently goes towards umbrality. But so something can be umbral without being light, and something can be astral without being dark. However, if something is dark, it naturally leans towards being astral, and if light, towards being umbral. Umbral, stasis, not changing. Astral, change, activity, movement, creation, destruction. Stasis, peace, calm. Too much, and you get the empty, and you get the first. Too much umbral, and you get the empty and the first, and aether does not move, it cannot change, it just stills, and it does nothing. Astral, too much change and the aether rends itself apart. There can't be an ethereal sea because the aether itself rends itself into oblivion. So, if you ever need to think about it, another way to think about it is umbral is like with the first, right? When we dealt with that. Astral is like with the 13th in the void. Then you have the 6 other elements, of which 3 lean towards the astral and 3 lean towards the umbral. Wind, lightning, and fire naturally lean towards change. Water, ice, and earth naturally lean towards passivity and umbrality. But dark umbrella and light astrella. Yep. Like having a dark umbrella. I want to stream with Professor Elio. I mean, we could do that. If you guys want to just have a thing where I just like get on, put on my glasses and like just put on a suit and tie and we just go through like every lore question. We definitely could do that. Honestly, it'd be fun. Like 24-hour stream where I do nothing but I just talk about 14 lore and just people ask me questions the whole time. That would be really fun. Could make a mega doc too of everything that we discuss or something. Oh god, he's turning into Urianger. Flee before he begins using complicated language. I prithee. Verily. So we have officially switched terms in games with Umbral and Light and Astral and Dark. There was one quest where I felt they had it backwards. So on the source, people misunderstood that Astral and Umbral were passivity and change. So on the source, they understood that Astral was connected to basically they just flipped it on the source. Effect and cause instead of cause and effect. So all you have to know is ignore what anything else in the game says. 5.0 is basically the example, or this is the thing that Eorzean J explains to you, but that astral change associated with darkness, umbral stasis associated with light. That's it. The one other key caveat there is that they are not synonyms. So you cannot replace astral with darkness, and you cannot replace umbral with light because there are different aspects and connotations to them. However, they are co-linked. Lore Kahoot stream, yeah. Yes, I would love that. Astral Earth, Earthquake. Yeah, sure, that's the way to put it. Stream where you cosplay Elio. Dude, I would have to get someone to make that. I just don't have the time. I'm noticing that like every time I try to do a cosplay thing, I just run out of time and I don't get on it as much as I'd love to. But yeah, I would love to hire someone to do an Elio cosplay. That'd be awesome. Are you writing it down, people? You won't survive, but it'll be fun. Oh, 24 hours live stream would be no problem for me, frankly. My problem is getting up in the morning is very, 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 very hard for me. And getting going with my day, or trying to do work after a stream. But I could do this all day. I could keep going. We could easily do a 24-hour stream. I mean, not easily. I mean, I'm gonna get tired, but like, I could maintain that. Definitely. I would just have to I'd have to be able to get up, gesticulate, and like say shit. And I'd also, the other important thing is I would need people to bounce also. So for instance, if there was no one asking questions or no one anything and I was just having to vamp to the air for a long swath of times, then I'd probably start to lose steam. Fair enough. In those moments, I wish you could swap game and webcam videos. Oh, you know what? I could probably set that up. Here. Can you guys still hear me? Oh, interesting. My camera's not centered on this. "12 hours is plenty. I'm old now." Yeah, 12 hours we can do that. Okay. It's because Umbra means shadow. Yes, however, but not here though. Yes. That's part of what, like, Umbral and Umbra, and like you also know astral, like the heavens above and stars, and Umbral, you'll see like dark and the lights below. It's understandable why people mistook Umbra for shadow. My grandma, have you went to college yet? Me? Yes. I was confused by the fact that Arbert's body was still useful 100 years after he died, until I realized that the stasis of the first would prevent decay. Yes, and if it was kept in the right place. Umbreon being the dark Pokemon throws me off if Umbral is light. Then don't think about Umbral as light. Think about Umbral as stasis. Focus on Umbral is stasis and Astral is change. Another way to try and remember it is they are the first is Umbral, right? All that umbrality, Umbral, caused the Sin Eaters. Sin Eaters, Umbral. Void sent Astral. Maybe that helps. Umbreon, the slow Pokemon, not doing it either. But yeah, so again, see now that you can see much bigger, yeah. Astral, Umbral. 6 elements. Everything in balance creates everything we know. And then there's the 7th element that's really important, so give me a second. The element of Cactar. The most important of elements. And on the off chance anyone did not realize that was a joke, that was a joke. I do not want to comment down below 4 years from now because someone failed to understand that I was kidding. And you think I would, of course, never have to say that. And yet somehow. The gold saucer is made of the 7th element. Yeah. Element of Deadpool. Exactly, Ray. Exactly. Okay. Any final questions? So remember that Ray Ray's got a lot of archive videos going out because Ray Ray's been working like a fiend and I love it. And I'm really proud of her. But I don't have a video coming out tomorrow because I'm trying to take a little bit more time to get things. I got a primary care physician set up here, which is exciting. And then I have like some doctor's appointments for some different forms of medical treatment that might help with a lot of the things I've been struggling with lately. So that's good. And if you don't care about my personal info stuff, don't worry about it. All that to say though, that my output is not as great as I would love it to be. Beyond that, we'll be back to Thursdays. Thursdays actually don't have a stream with Chris because Chris has a flight that he forgot of. Naniri looking like their throats should be better, so I think we still should have FF4 in the morning, which is very exciting now with 6.4 going the way it did go. Saturday we'll be finishing off finishing off A Realm Reborn with the musical stream. But yeah. Any questions? Any thoughts? I just want you guys know, really appreciate hanging out with you guys. For all my struggles, I can tell you that. For all that I may crash after the stream, it is really nice to be able to like spend time with other people and feel like a human for a bit. I also want to thank my one of my partners, my current partner that I'm living with here. My other partner will be coming down soon, but my current partner here who has been incredibly supportive of me while I've been struggling. So thank you to you. Sending virtual hugs. Thank you, Deathberry. Don't forget to do all the YouTube things. Yes, don't forget to like, share, subscribe, blah, 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 blah. Call to actions. You know the things that no one ever actually does. And if you if you like the like button, do it. Don't do it twice. Do it once and then 3 times. Or like just do it an odd number of times. That's the important thing. If you aren't already supporting us on Patreon and you want to offer us a couple of dollars, it goes a long way towards making everything here a lot more sustainable. Honestly, I've been doing pretty okay, but, you know, trying to pay off student loans is not easy. And then also trying to buy stuff for the channel. But honestly, for the channel, mainly right now, the thing I got to do is I got to get more dressing for the background. I need to also re-put up art for that some of you guys have done. If any of you guys love doing any art, whether that's screenshot of team members, whether that's drawings or whatever, I'd love to start hanging that stuff back up. I just got to find a place to figure out how I'm going to do all of that. You can also support us by joining Archonship. For $1, you get access to all the emotes. If you want to join our community, you can join us on discord.gg/Pages and Archives. A lot of people have been doing content together right now. I've definitely been a little quiet, so I don't know if you'll catch me as often, but hopefully soon. I'm hoping soon. Ever hopeful. Sorry to do the thing where, look, how many of you guys have struggled with a chronic condition? And the late way you're like, yeah, I'm going to be better, and it's totally, everything's good, and I'm going to step forward, and it's going to be fine, and then it's a lot of 2 step forwards, 1 step back, 1 step forward, 2 step backs. Well, I'll try to avoid that as best I can. I am gonna go back to, Sam, I bet I have a feeling that many of you have. Hope you can start feeling better. Thank you, Theories. Don't lick the button, that's icky. Creeper, finally Ray has found an ally in you. Ellie bro. Thank you for the stream, Ellie. It's been fun. Hope everyone has a great night. You too, Deathberry. Warning, do not lick the like button. This will cause stuff. Appreciate it, Raven. Why don't you print Salmon and Neri to put on the wall? I have Salmon and Neri. It's where? Give me a second. I have Salmon and Neri somewhere around here. Oh, you know what? I may have packed it in my stuff that is coming down in 2 weeks. Because I didn't take all of my stuff when I first moved down here. I bet that's why I can't find my art. Yeah, being chronically sad is fun. Yeah, going forward and backward and forward and backward. And back and forward. And yeah, as for why I didn't print it Infinite, it's because I actually have a giant printer. My really, really nice printer is also it's not down yet, so I'll have to do that. Maybe I'll be able to print it bigger. Or at least put it somewhere. Definitely. Yeah. What were you joking? Oh, you're joking about Salmon and Neri? Yeah. Oh no, I have a printout of it that's been on the board. I don't know that people usually can't see in the background because my camera's not good. I also just ordered, so I've been trying to get this since it was bought by Snowdragon? I'm sorry, I'm so bad with names. You guys funded this camera a long time ago, and I've been intermittently trying to get it to work as a webcam, and there's been all sorts of problems. I just ordered a new part that maybe this time will work. I don't know that it'll make the camera better for stream, but on the off chance, I'm hoping it might work. The other thing I might try eventually is I might see if I can find like a slightly used iPhone, or like a really used iPhone, but its camera works, because that might also, but yeah. For all of you here for the 14 stuff, obviously we've gone a little off the rail and are focusing on other things at this point, but yeah. Fill enough wood, yeah. Huge Salmon and Neri Raven, definitely for sure. But yeah, I just want to say thank you to all you guys. I'm looking forward to see you guys on Monday. Don't forget, obviously, we're going to have probably the trial next Monday. So if you'd like to join for that, please do. Please remember that if we have more than 8 people who are interested in joining, if you're often able to do ones, make sure to leave a space open for others. But that said, I would love to have you. I can tell you that it's been really interesting because, you know, again, also, if you're only here for the 14 stuff, there'll be a bit of a side, but I have, for all my personal struggles, you know, had a lot of emotional deadening over the course of this past year while playing through 14, replaying through the game. So it's really interesting because I really notice all these details, but also the emotions don't always hit quite as hard. And so, frankly, the biggest emotional part to me is more the relationship when you having moments with you guys, which is fascinating in and of itself. It's been weird. It's been interesting. Tuesday will be the 100th episode. Yes, the 100th episode. And there's a very good chance, based on pacing, that the 100th episode will be bunnies. Bunnies, bunnies, it must be bunnies. In the immortal words of one trickster goddess. Yeah. I mean, you can get a good webcam for $100. No, so this webcam's actually good. This is like a Logitech C920, so its quality should be good. I think there's just a very finite amount of quality you can get from a fixed lens. And also at a certain level at 1080p, it's just like, you know, if I wanted to get like a 4K webcam, there's not a lot of good options. And even 4K doesn't necessarily like... the thing is, 1080p is not 1080p is not 1080p is not 1080p, you know? Episode 100? Dez, you just named it. I mean, that's gotta be what it's called, right? Although, maybe, I don't know. I don't know if we've got an hour's worth of entire episodes worth. Maybe we're gonna get to the buns on Monday. I don't know, man. We'll see. We'll see. If we don't, episode 100, baby. Episode 100. Oh, thank you, Infinite. Yeah. I find it much easier to just be like where I'm at on my sleeve, rather than not. Even so, if all the emotional struggle talk or the mental health talk throws you off, apologies. But it is very helpful and useful to just have it be transparent. Otherwise, for instance, when you disappear for a week at a time and don't necessarily say anything to anyone because you're struggling from mass levels of being overwhelmed by everything, people think that you just don't care about them rather than assuming that you're struggling. So, I'm sure none of you ever. Pre-100 for 99? Yeah, definitely right. I had super stressed about it for Zone 5, but vastly underestimated how long Garlemald the Moon would take. Well, you do have a week. You do have a week. And potentially, actually, no, you probably have 2 weeks, Oblivion, because you probably have 2 weeks, plus I might be off for a week if I have to go visit family, because my grandparents are getting up there, and there's a family reunion thing, so. Good. Okay, I'm glad it's of service. Yes. It turns out, at the end of the day, the lesson, for instance, that you should take away from Garlemald, that ultimately we're all human, still true of everybody else, too. Stalling Monday by failing the trials for a few times. Yeah, just play solo paladin, if we solo paladin through the whole trial, I'm sure we can get it to take 4 or 5 hours. Okay, but let me throw the normal streaming camera back up. Again, I want to say thank you to all you guys, and don't be strangers. I will see you guys very soon. I've been Elliot Forceron, and I will see you around.